Generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. but we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Oh, yeah. Alienated, paranoid, enemyless, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of three features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and techntronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Techntronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is already less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kiba. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurk, and who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alloy brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within construction, nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seeking bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing angels to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. from the bridge, Kuwait, do or die shit. Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Gaddafi lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert, cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you type a tweet. Mock day, grand padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mockty, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answers. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Tarzan animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid, Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaitanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 33rd and 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. Dick blower, I'm Champola with pistola. Battery back holder, mock the energy of solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure I ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a Snapple fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Little bastard.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys enjoyed this super long intro here. It's kind of set the pace for a brutal sort of exploration of ideas and concepts, right, relating to technological progress. Right. So there's a lot of ideas about the architectonic that I would like to discuss with you guys, especially in terms of history, theology, philosophy, and political science. Right. And of course, I like to combine politics and theology into one coherent subject matter called political theology. Right. And then move from there. Right. Into looking at justifications for different philosophical systems, right, and how they led to the modern day schism of technology and science, right? And we're having kind of a lighthearted show here today because I've been appearing a lot this week. So we're going to keep it a little bit lighthearted today, in terms of the content, and just kind of, open up discussions and also try to go through some of the material we have, right? But we're not going to be sort of trying to go very fast. We will be back tomorrow night with more ellul, right? So whatever we don't get into tonight, right, we'll be happy to open up tomorrow night. Right. And we're doing a sort of week-long special until 420. Right. So at 420, we will appear, hopefully, to do a celebratory stream. Right. And we'll figure out exactly how we're going to do that. Thursday night tomorrow, we'll have a ellul stream. Okay, just like we did on Tuesday of last week. On Friday night, we'll have a stream, maybe some music, right? Music stream, right? And then on Saturday, right? But on the Friday stream, I'm also trying to take questions and open up a panel, right? Maybe sort of DJ and sort of panel stream. All right. So we'll figure out what we're doing that day, right? Saturday, right? We'll come back with a regular show, right? That we usually do on Saturday night, talking about philosophical concepts, reading the Tao Te Ching, right? And looking at transhumanist ideals, right? And really, so that is kind of the schedule. Then Sunday we'll have a sort of celebratory show, right? And then we'll just do the regular shows how we do, right? So this is kind of the plan for this week, right? On the, on the 19th or the 20th, I may do a special stream, maybe I'll take some mushrooms, have some sativa, and we'll try to open up some discussions. But yeah, this is a week of streaming, right? Mainly dedicated to all the haters. Right, especially the people who like to stream every night whenever we go live, right? And show them that we don't have to stream. We don't have to schedule our streams. We don't have to appear at any time. We're not worried about the numbers. We don't care who shows up, right? There's lots of, so, to the haters out there, this is seriously to put you in your place, put you in your fucking place. Right? You know what I mean? Exactly. Hate. Yeah, blessings to Freedom Grower. And definitely we'll play some of the OTW news we did recently, where he's been opening up lots of good topics, transhumanism and that type of thing. So it kind of flows with our shows, right? And all that. I don't know if you're, I don't know if you're TBE, right? But yeah, you could be a hater. I mean, hate. Obviously. 420 show, exactly. We're doing a 420 show, right? And give me shekels. I mean, we got Televised Apocalypse, we got Truther Cop, ESP Revaluation, Jake, Carlyle Games. Okay, Dogma Free, blessings, bienvenidos. Yeah, blessings to you, brother. Sam He. Hi. A brilliant lady, blessings, madam. A billionaire's building and gathering. Yeah, that's right. Crash test dummies. Totally Lizard Tree. Blessings to you, Lizard Tree. Thank you for being here, madam. In a thought experiment, thank you for being here, sir. I greatly appreciate your time. ESP Revaluation, I greatly appreciate your time. Who else is out here? Neurojack, of course, I greatly appreciate your time and support, as always, brother. Godheart Guardian, thank you for being here, friend. And I greatly appreciate your time, my friend. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Okay. And of course, there's a special that we did recently. All right. And this is a very important special continuation of the series made by Machine Bob. The first two specials, we exposed the Zionist cuckery of one man, Android Wilson. Okay. Okay, who's actually now doing a show. Oh my God, I'll tell you guys in a minute. This is actually pretty funny. I mean, pretty funny stuff. I mean, we rail against progress here, right? How many shows have I done where I've been railing against progress, right? It's been anti-progress, right? I've been talking about the notion of progress and how stupid it is, how retarded it is, how it doesn't exist, how it's an illusion, how it's a myth, how it's pseudo-scientific, pseudo-religious, right? It's a pseudo-eschatological scheme, right? We talked about the myth of progress, right? We said it's the mythos of mechanos, right? It's the myth of technological progress, right? So we are putting that on. And guess what this dummy names his show? Android Wilson literally names his show that he's doing with the boy from Alex Jones. You can't stop progress. Incredible stuff, right? So yeah, you know what I mean. You can't stop progress. You can control technology, but you can't stop progress. Okay. So this is what they want you to believe, folks. Okay. Debased Christian and Catholic involved in Fed gang circles. Not Wilson. This is Cockboy Hotline crew that we're exposing on Made by Machine Bob 3 and 4. Right. Okay. Two people like to take credit for starting these shows and these channels, right? One is Android Wilson from the Juiceable, and the other is Cockbody Hotline from Get Cucked Up channel, right? So both of them have nothing to do with the content on this show, right? They're totally debased, fake Christians, right? Pushing a false agenda online, right? And they're involved with Made by Jim Bot, right? And other robotized personnel. I mean, total cyborgs. I mean,
Jim Blob.
Jim Bot. So the fake Christian and the support for the fake Christian is going to be exposed. We're going to continue exposing that, right? So I don't know what you can do about it, what you're going to do about it, right? Other than just cope and seethe. And there's nothing else to do. I mean, we don't get paid to do this. We're not under any agenda. We're not part of any online groups. We're not part of any. I mean, so, why so many people are agreeing with us? Maybe you should ask yourself that question. I mean, because it's starting to look like your whole falsified philosophy, your, bullshit ideology is getting totally exposed left and right out here. Let me go down to the chat. That's it for all the people that are here, I suppose. Replacing humans is satanic. Tech is only but a tool. Right. I mean, we got to move to the thing of tools versus machines, right? There's a lot of that. Okay. Obviously, you could program a machine to do random acts, right? Okay. You wouldn't be able to predict. You could program a machine to do an unpredictable act, right? Okay. It's us who control the machine. Okay, yeah, but you know what I mean. That doesn't mean that a machine can't be programmed to make a decision that we can't predict, right? Okay. Definitely possible today, right? And of course, these are complex issues. We don't mean to assail people. We're only talking about Android Wilson, okay, and his spoof arguments, okay? Jim from Florida, blessings. But all the rest of the people, we got big time love for you guys. Okay, big time love for you guys. I mean, right? And we're not super intelligent. Okay, we don't mean to disparage anybody. We're not like, the smartest people in the world. I'm just a guy on the internet. Okay, what is a calligraphic word in the thumbnail? Oh, it's just wah. So that's just the letter for W in Arabic, right? Right. So the sound wah, right? I don't know what the letter is actually called, right? But yeah. Blessings to Mimsy Limbs. All right, let me move on. All right. So the notion of progress, right, is what I'm here to talk to you guys about. And I think it's been going through a cycle here, right, in which progress, and I have a lot of quotes to read for you guys about this idea of progress. Let's actually turn this show on and see what they're talking about. Maybe that'll give us some fuel. We never do this. We never turn on shows. I was in the Crucible chat today, and they sort of had a meltdown at my appearance there. Mr. Enigmatic freaked out. He added me like 17 times and mentioned me. I said, why are you mentioning me? I haven't talked to you in a year and a half. Right? Yeah, like that's all I said to him. And I just left the chat. But this dude literally added me like 17 times. Like, oh, the machine lies. And there was like 17 people in the chat going, get him, Mr. Enigmatic. Get him. I'm like, I haven't seen you guys for so long. What the fuck is the deal? But yeah, they definitely are obsessed. Okay, let's see what happens. Can you guys see this on the screen?
Negative.
It's
Oh,
behind us.
Okay, here, hold on. Yeah, let me go ahead and. Oh, whoops, I'm not sharing the screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see what they're talking about. So he's with Alex
There we
Jones, a
go.
total Zionist-supported
Yeah, no, I can
Alex
see it.
Jones channel. You know what I mean? And the show is called "You Can't Stop Progress." Now, I'm not gonna hold them to see if they could get into some deep discussion. I'm not gonna hold them to it, but we'll just see what they're talking about and try to frame the issues in that way, right?
It's muted.
Check it out.
What? Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Very obvious to people. And stigma is a very good assistant tool in stopping a lot of that behavior. And so most all of this push is designed specifically to try to reverse stigma and instead put the stigma back the other direction. Say, no. Even if you think slut shaming's
Look, hold on. You're using slut shaming to create stigma? See, these people are liberals. You can't stop progress is an inherently liberal statement. There's nothing traditionalist or traditional or trad about the statement. You can't stop progress, right? And
Nope.
there's nothing quote unquote Christian about slut shaming or creating quote unquote stigma, social stigma. You know what I mean? Right? Christ literally said, don't do things because people are acknowledging you for it or because of social stigma. He literally deplored that ideal. Right? He said you have to do things from the sincerity of your own heart. Okay, and that's just and I'm not a Christian, but this is obviously, total nonsense. Or be a Discordian, do culture jamming and create social stigma. What? Oh my God! Watch them say
It's
like a
like
bunch
the
of
lady
liberals.
at the well,
Right,
shaming her for casting the stones.
Yeah, it's like look, they're gonna say like a bunch of liberals, Christ was a Discordian. Christ was an accelerationist, even. Right. So this is the thing. I mean, this is the buffoonery, okay, that we're going with here. Okay, and I'm only gonna watch 2 more minutes of this. I don't have time to focus on this.
good, you should be stigmatized. If you think that promiscuity is bad, you should be stigmatized. You're the weirdo. You're the freak, right? They do this all the time. We saw
Turn people into freaks, stigmatize them. Oh my God, these people want to be freaks. These people think it's cool to be stigmatized. What more do you want? Right? Are they the perfect controlled opposition for these leftist lunatics or not? See what's going on? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
this with the trans movement is the same exact thing, right? If you were a person who said, I'm not going to use your crazy ass pronouns and all your bizarre bullshit, it'd be like, what are you, some kind of psychopath? You just want to erase an entire people group, right? The entire thing is always to try to do a reversal of social stigma so that maximum degeneracy can take hold. That's exactly what these women do. They're not acting their own accord. They're part of organizations which push them.
There it is. He just admitted it like he did 17 million times. His agenda is to use the leftist tactics against the leftists. They use the tactic to create social stigma, so he's going to use the same tactic, rehashing 10 years of rhetoric, right? Becoming the liberal 10 years ago to fight the liberal today. All right. And constantly evading, constantly losing spectrum of progress, okay, where the rules are consistently changing, right? Consistently shifting, right? And you have to update your rhetoric, right? Update your rhetoric, right? And you're appearing with these Zionist cucks. Okay, today he appeared with Jedediah Bila, okay, a former Fox News anchor. Okay, appearing and talking to her about feminism and how they should promote feminism. This lady goes to work. She gets paid to go to work by the Jews to go psyop people. Yet she's a feminist? Why don't you tell her to be a based homeschool mom? Totally flat nonsense rhetoric. I mean, right? Totally shifting, morphing array of ideologies. Okay, total liberalism, right? From 10 years ago, right? And this is the problem. Okay, this is the problem with progress, right? Is that the new right is just reacting to the new left, right? Okay, and they're constantly losing ground, right? They're constantly losing ground. Why? Because of technological progress, because you can't stop technological progress, right? It's transforming these people, right? Now, let me read a quote by Dr. Kaczynski, right? Okay, an industrial society and its future, right? Okay, industrial society and its future, paragraph 50, right? Okay. He says that, okay, actually I'll read 49 first. Okay, for primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around. The modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth.
Based, as they say.
Yeah.
Bullseye.
Yeah, apparently it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in technology and economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. Oh, but you can't stop progress.
That's from he nailed them from 30 years ago or more.
30 fucking years ago, and he's
I
using
think
a
it's
little.
more like 50 years now. Right?
Yeah.
He saw the forest through the trees.
Yeah. And the new right is a token form of rebellion, just like the new left. Okay, they're controlled opposition, right? Just like they said so many years ago, we told these people it's controlled opposition. And now these dummies like Android Wilson and Cockbody Hotline are literally Trump-tards. Just like we told you, the psyops are going to work. Okay.
Oof.
Okay, so we've totally reached the end of the road here, right? Of progress. Let's look at a proclamation even earlier from Negroponte, right? He says monologues will become conversations. The impersonal will become the personal. The traditional mass media will essentially disappear. All because of technological progress. Monologues will become conversations. Okay, the idea of privacy versus security being egged on by technological determinism. It's constant social disruption. And what does the belief in progress mean? It means that tomorrow is going to be better than today. Okay, the man of progress, okay, must always sacrifice today, right? He always has to stand against today, right? Okay, wherever we'll get to will never be good enough, but wherever we are is the worst place we've ever been to. Right? This is the illusion of progress. The myth of progress, right? That things have gotten better and better over time, right? That civilization has improved over time. But technological progress, okay, arrives suddenly? How exactly does that work? How come we had all the necessary tools to create a technological civilization and for 1800 years never created one? Simple questions, right? But these people believe in the notion of progress, right? Their liberal, counterfeit ideal based on their mythos of a mechanistic worldview that they've embodied from classical liberalism. They're classical liberals. Okay, they think they've gone beyond it, right? Total sham, scam Drew Wilson, right? Okay, not only that, right? He says that the merger of engineering, social sciences, and art, an interdisciplinary joint metamorphosis of all communication technology, right? Communication technology is driving technological progress. Why? Because it's not technology that's at the heart of human civilization. It's symbols. Man is the symbol-making animal. That's what separates us from the natural world, is our ability to create symbols. Right? And our symbolic frame, our cultural frame of biotechne, okay, where most of the work was cultural work and not work done for survival, right? This was the creation of human civilization, right? Art and techne were merged, right? Now, aesthetics and functionality are merged into a mass-produced, homogenized monoculture. And this we call progress. This we call progress, right? Okay, now progress and equality, right, are false counterfeit ideals, right, and are part and parcel of this notion and ideal of universalism. Okay. Part and parcel of this ideal of universalism, which comes out of classical liberalism, right? Okay, which comes from the 16th century, from secular humanist ideals. Right? Exactly, Mimsy. She knows. Equality is not real. Totally fake, right? Totally fake notion that comes from Plato based on the idea of the archetypal man, right? Right? I know. Now, some people might get confused and say, well, you just railed against the notion the other day that Plato did not believe in equality. Yes, I'm talking about the Republic, right? But I'm talking about in the notion of the archetypal man. That's where you can bring in the notion of equality. Right? On the philosophical level, on the level of the transcendental forms. Right? There you can bring in the notion of equality, right? On the metaphysical level, just like Hegel said, he said, the Greeks realized, okay, the freedom within the society, within the collective, but the Germans realized it in one individual, okay, in terms of the individual, right? So he believed in the progress of the ideal of freedom. In the progress of the ideal of freedom. Okay?
Well, and if we supposedly came from a Garden of Eden or some perfect equilibrium of homeostasis where everything was in a balanced order, then progress is not real either, because we're constantly moving away from what was already perfected.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's funny that Father Seraphim Rose literally said that. Right? He literally said, so this is so funny. I should have just quoted Father Seraphim Rose during my debate that I had, with the Christians. I should just quote Father Seraphim Rose if I have another debate with the Orthodox. Just have him be my opening statement, him railing against progress, him railing against industrial society, him railing against technology, him railing against modernism, and saying it's nihilism.
For people who have co-opted the trad, quote-unquote trad label, like every indigenous, I have a few interviews on my channel, but every indigenous person I've spoken to that's original, they say that we should limit man's intelligence and progress, or, the scientific inquiry should be limited for the betterment and preservation of the culture and the people. And they don't co-opt this idea of just unchecked progress.
Yeah, we did a whole 2-hour special on that yesterday, right? For anybody who wants to, look at this whole idea, right? Of course, not with the indigenous people, but about this notion, of progress, indefinite, right? And how it relates to the idea of accumulating knowledge. Right? Can we look at knowledge as dangerous, as it clearly is? Right? Does knowledge have to be an inherent good?
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Exactly that.
Yeah. And then once we've crossed that boundary, we can then start to ask the question, how much technology is necessary to live a good life? Which is a very important question to pose. Right? Because we need human scale technologies. Right? The system that we've created, right? The speed and pace of innovation and change, okay, within that system, no individual can control it. Okay, that's why man has become the object of technological progress. Okay, the control of man has become the object of technological progress. Okay, and the society that makes man its object, okay, in terms of techniques, right? As ellul says, all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world. Okay, and everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. Okay, technique is what integrates the machine into human society. Okay, there's three things, as I said earlier, right? There's technique, there's human society, and there's the machine. Okay, techniques are broad, right? They contain the social, the cultural, the human, the mechanistic. Let me go to some of the ideas of Carlyle. Okay. Actually, let me go to ellul even before these concepts from Negroponte, right? Let's look at what ellul has to say about the artificial. Right? This is a very important quote on page 79 of the Technological Society, right? All right. He says, and of course, this was the work that actually influenced Dr. Kaczynski to write Industrial Society and Its Future, right? That's why we're going over this work by Jacques Ellul, the Technological Society, right? Page 79, he says that the obvious characteristic of the technical phenomenon is artificiality. Technique is opposed to nature. Okay, artificial. Technique as art is the creation of an artificial system. This is not a matter of opinion, he says. This is very important that he says it's not a matter of opinion, right? Because other people have stated it's completely untrue, right? Such as Kurzweil stating that all non-biological intelligence are part of human-machine civilization and should not be seen as artificial. They should be seen as constituting human intelligence. Quite a different opinion that ellul has about the natural and the artificial then, right? Okay, yet these very same people will tell you, that the mind is just a machine, the mind is just a machine, right? So, this is not the part really where we look at, the ideals of transhumanism, but, definitely one could talk about the different levels of evolutionary change, as we will in the, later part of the show, right? We'll talk about the ideas of evolution, okay, and how they combine with the ideas of the mechanistic, okay, and the idea of industrial progress, right? And of course, we talked about technology itself, right, as the thing that, melds the material and the immaterial realms, right? That creativity, especially, is what does this, right? Creativity is an abstract version, right, of technique itself, right? Yeah, blessings, Freedom Grower. It seems like he's having connection issues, right? But he's around here. It says difficulty connecting or whatever, devices not connected. Yeah, blessings to Freedom Grower. Thank you so much for joining the panel. But yeah, progress, right? Okay, and obviously the notion of freedom links to the notion of individualism. The notion of individualism links to the notion of equality, right? Okay, the notion of reason, okay, relates to the best form, okay, of the best method, okay, or the best form of something, right? This is consolidated through time, right? Okay, into a system of rationalism, right? Of rationalization, right? This system of rationalization totally overtakes reason itself, right? Okay, and creates a a world constructed through reason. Now, you can create a world like I said, right? That works, right? It's perfectly logical, but it's not real. Okay, such as Alice in Wonderland, right? Okay, logic can do that. Special thing that logic and math can accomplish, right? Okay, these forms of rationalization. Or they could construct a totally false world. Perfectly logical and perfectly unreal. Okay. Yeah, of course. The machine may even, connect us to God. As I say, nature is God-made technology. The technology that we make is man-made nature. But that goes to another quixotic paradox. Okay, about human creativity and about human progress. Okay. It's going so overboard here. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, these openings, man, they've just gone random. If you go to the 11th part of this show, I've been yapping for like 50 episodes, right? About these ideas. Okay.
Yeah, and is human creativity inherently flawed without discipline? Is that why human creativity becomes perverted, or is it inherently bad regardless of discipline?
Right. And that goes to the difference between control and freedom. Freedom is not control. Technology gives us control by taking away freedom. This is the truth. It gives us planning by taking away reason. This is the truth. Okay. Let's go to ellul. The technical milieu absorbs the natural. We are rapidly approaching the time when there will no longer be any natural environment at all. When we succeed in producing artificial aurora borealis, night will disappear and perpetual day will reign over the planet. That's right. What did Captain Ahab want to do? He said, I'm going to blot out the sun if it offends me. It's a tale about hubris, right? Right, where his I think his shipmate says to him, why waste time on such a brute beast? You can't control nature. You can't catch that whale. What are you doing? Stupidity to waste time on a brute beast. Waste the human ingenuity on a brute beast. And he said, you're a fool. I'll blot out the sun if it offends me. And then he said, could I do that and could it do that? That's his justification. Well, pride cometh before the fall. Okay. All right. And let's go to the ideas of Carlyle, right? For an expansion of this notion. Okay, sign of the times, Carlyle. Okay. He says, in fact, if we look deeper, we shall find faith in mechanism has now struck its roots down into man's most intimate primary sources of conviction. Faith in mechanism. Faith in mechanism. Okay, this is after Nietzsche is dead, buried, done writing, I believe, right? Here, hold on, give me a second. (1829).
I wanted to add something there.
So that's not true, but yeah, anyways, but yeah, go ahead.
I
Sorry.
But I don't know if you ever read like those magazines like Cosmopolitan. I mean, obviously not your guy, but there would be sections in there about intimate relationship between man and woman. And there would be question and answer scenarios. And quote unquote techniques were given as advice, to keep it whatever in the bedroom or whatever. And I think that's indicative or reflective of what you just said, that it's already encroached upon the most intimate aspects of man's life.
Oh yeah. I said on the first episode of The Machine Lives, even before I recorded this show, technology has become a sexual selector. And even I was thinking, I was like, should I say this? I was like, is this really true? But I was like, fuck it, I'll just say it. I was like, technology has become a sexual selector.
Totally.
And I'm like, it's how many toys you have. Yeah, that's what decides who gets to marry and make babies. Yeah, as I said, the car. Yeah,
it's interesting that is kind of like a false stand-in for what is it, like safety and security. That's the technology is seen as a stand-in for that, right?
Yeah.
And then the provider dynamic gets kind of misplaced, I guess.
Yeah. Oh my God! You know what's funny? I was that Bobert or whatever. You guys know about her, Bobert?
I don't know who that is.
There's like
Don't
a
think
senator.
so.
There's like a senator named Lauren Boebert, right? And it's funny because she's kind of an idiot, right? But she's got like this like like weird milfy look, right? So she's an interesting senator, but she's basically a moron, right? But as I'm watching this, it's Sam Cedar. It's recommended to me, right? So I just keep watching all these news stories, and I never watch Sam Cedar, right? So I turn on Sam Cedar. Do you guys know who Sam Cedar is?
I've heard of the name, but I don't think I've watched
He's
any
like,
of his
I
stuff.
think he's like some Jewish dude or something like that. But anyways, he like debated destiny or something like that. He looks like a Jew. I don't know if he is, but yeah, he's got some dumb chick on his show.
Radio show host, right?
He's like a news anchor, I believe, or maybe he got fired from the Young Turks, or this is one of his shticks or something like that, or he's like some guy like that, or I know there's a bunch of people who like got fired from the Young Turks or something like that. But he's on his show, and the dude on the show starts talking about ellul in this random clip I'm watching. And I was like, I never watched this show. And the guy just goes out of his way to tell this chick about ellul. And oh my God, it's the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen. I'm going to show you guys in a minute. But yeah, I was so happy. I almost spit my coffee out, and yeah, definitely a great time there. So let me go ahead and try to play this. Because this was so fun. Here, hold on. Here, hold up. Oh my God. All right, here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, folks. Gotta reset this.
So you don't hopefully so he doesn't crash.
Yeah, there we go. This should work now. Yeah, let me play this. I don't know how many minutes in he says, but it's like in the beginning of this. I never watched the whole video. But yeah, Bobert goes full moron is the name of the video. Majority Report Sam Cedar.
Knew you would want to do this clip. Here's Lauren Boebert speaking with Left Reckoning guest.
I'm wondering, why does this chick look so sleepy? But yeah,
I have seen this girl before. I've watched like maybe a couple of videos from her. Total liberal.
Yeah, like
Jefferson Morley.
She's pretty, but she You know, I keep noticing
She does
has
have
bags.
like a kind of sleepy look. Yeah,
She's
I
got bags under her eyes. You know,
not
so I don't
sure
know
how
if
to describe it, but that would be a good way. Yeah.
yeah, maybe she's got some kind of condition. So I don't want to make fun of her, but yeah, it's interesting. It's like she
People
always
are
looks
getting
at
blasted at these kratom bars, man, with the kava and shit.
Oh, okay. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, they're taking
I've never
that
been
too
to a
far now.
kratom bar. Woo.
They serve kratom at most kava bars.
Okay. I think
Well,
I
it's
might
like the modern
indulge.
healthy speedball, you know, is you combine the kava and the kratom.
Yeah, that looks like a good place to tell a bunch of white girls that you're a yogi back 10 years ago. But not now, but not today when you're married and 35 years old. But yeah, thanks, America. But yeah.
Anyway, she might have been hitting that.
But also an author.
He's been on this program too.
Oh, yes, he has been. Author of the blog JFK Facts, but also other books on the JFK assassination. The Republicans have unfortunately successfully reclaimed this issue. I saw polling that was released a few weeks ago that shows that a majority of, or more Republicans are more likely to believe that the JFK assassination is not being accurately told by our history books than Democrats at this point.
The only cohort, and this speaks to that point, the only cohort in America that believes that there was Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone gunman and then there was no wider conspiracy. The only group that buys that is college-educated white people. And I'll just say, as a college-educated white person, graduate degree, in fact, they are wrong.
They are wrong. They are earnest in their belief in our institutions because our institutions.
Oh, you're so rebellious. White people are wrong. Oh, can you believe this stuff, dude? People get paid to say this stupid shit. Wow. I mean, like
kind of a self-hatred. I don't know.
Yeah, total self-hatred. How are you not supporting white institutions, lady? Like, what are you talking about? Right? White institutions are. Wow. Yeah, this lady's totally asleep.
Have not failed them for the most part.
And I'm just
that's
sorry
why
to cut in.
No, but just that's why there's less conspiracy.
Look at this. So sorry to cut in. See that? He said that 5 seconds ago.
Failed them for the most part.
And I'm just
that's
sorry
why
to cut in.
No, but just that's why there's less conspiracism in that cohort because everything's working for them.
Jacques Ellul, a French.
Oh, did you see how it took him? It took her like 5 seconds to shut the fuck up after he said sorry to cut in and tried to tell her about Jacques Ellul. See, this is a normal thing. When you try to tell females about Jacques Ellul, it almost takes them 10 seconds to even stop talking about what they're talking about, to even switch to paying attention to what you're about to say. So this is crazy right now.
Yo, come on, not all of us, please.
Right.
Not.
Of course, not all of it, but this sleepy lady definitely. I will say this for her.
This is my theory that they put up these quote unquote ladies to make us look stupid. I mean, like, come on, the internet makes women look dumb as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I know why.
Ideal to aspire to be a fucking bimbo.
Yeah, she's got a nice tan, and she's blonde, so I think that's what, or she's, whatever. She's got the hair, fake hair or whatever.
Because our institutions have not failed them for the most part.
And I'm just
that's
sorry
why
to cut in.
No, but just that's why there's less conspiracism in that cohort because everything's working for them.
Jacques Ellul
could be a dude.
Yeah, I'm thinking too.
She's probably on the T.
That's the rabbit hole stuff. I mean,
No, but just that's why there's less conspiracism in that cohort because everything's working for them.
Jacques Ellul, a French theorist of propaganda from like 100 years ago, has a important.
100 years ago.
Come on, that was color. The video was color.
Look at her face as he's saying this. Man.
She does not like it, huh?
Like a more.
She's not amused. I remember why I don't watch this show. This show is. It's like she's talking, right, and then they have this this guy talking. They never put him on. They rarely put him on screen. So you just sit there looking at her the whole time.
Right. That is
It's
that is a
really
good point.
annoying.
Yeah, that is a good point, right? That they don't close up on the other guy even when he's talking.
They do it sometimes from the few videos that I watched, but that's
Back
why
to what
I
you
didn't
said
really
about
watch
the monologue earlier, it's like all going to this kind of strange, isolated type of presentation that's taking over what has been the norm.
Yeah. So let's hear his revelation that he got from Jacques Ellul's propaganda, which is why we're actually
Bunch,
here.
Theorist of propaganda from like 100 years ago has a important book, Propaganda, the Formation of Men's Attitudes, that points out that education is not, in fact, an antidote to propaganda. It can actually set the sort of predicate for believing in it.
I would love if the Democrats reclaimed conspiracism a little bit, because
look, she totally. Okay, so his point is why people
completely ignored it.
Completely ignored and even inverted his point and went to assert the exact thing that he's saying is the problem. Which is saying that education could make people conspiracists, right? And she's like, well, the left should reclaim. It's like, did you hear the point, lady? Right? But that's not the thing. Is that he basically pointed out, Jacques Ellul pointed out that conspiracies would be constructed both on the right wing and the left wing, as psyops. He already talked about the auto hoax.
Educated made you more susceptible, not more resilient to
exactly.
Yeah, the education being the catalyst. That's how they get it done.
But you can't stop.
Oh, is that Sam Seder or is the man Sam Seder?
I actually don't know. I know Sam Seder.
It's the woman.
Yeah.
Sam isn't Samantha, I believe.
Yeah, when he's there, it's usually him on screen. He's like a Jewy guy with glasses. All right, but I'm not sure what race he is.
Yeah. I'm not sure then. What the hell was she doing there then?
Yeah, but
you put women up on screen, show her face, you're gonna get views. That's the fact of the matter. So,
but yeah, it's funny. He's like, hold on, let me butt in with this Ellul. She's like, oh brother, she totally ignores his point.
Yeah, not ready for that. But a lot of channels get a female co-host, just for that alone. So, I mean, she's kind of high on herself, meaning like she knows that that's why she's there, and it kind of it's like an ego trip a little bit. It's like, yeah, I know I'm stupid, but I'm the reason you get views, so fuck you. I'm going to dominate the stage or whatever.
Wild stuff, but there's a look into Ellul, the idea that education and, these ideas can make the situation worse. Now, let's look at, what the dude says here, about voyeurism, escapism, these modern ideas, right, where people get trapped in sort of detached, foggy, somatic detachment, externalized ego, right, because all of their ideas and their experiences are mediated through technology, right? And look at this. He says, in fact, if we look deeper, we shall find this faith in mechanism has now struck its roots down to man's most intimate primary sources of conviction. Look at that. Man is conditioned by mechanism, okay, on a psychological level. Okay, this was in the 1800s. Okay, even Carlyle was beginning to notice, right? He says, and is dense, sending up over his whole life and activity innumerable stems, fruit-bearing and poison-bearing. The truth is, men have lost their belief in the invisible and believe and hope and work only in the visible. Or to speak in other words, this is not a religious age. Only the material, the immediately practical, not the divine and the spiritual is important to us. The infinite, absolute character of virtue has passed into a finite, conditional one, is no longer a worship of the beautiful and good, but calculations of the profitable. Worship, indeed, in any sense, is not recognized among us or is mechanically explained. into fear of pain or hope of pleasure. Our true deity is mechanism, he says. We are giants in physical power, in a deeper metaphorical sense. We are titans that strive by heaping mountain on mountain to conquer heaven also. The strong mechanical character so visible in the spiritual pursuits and methods of this age may be traced much further into the condition of prevailing disposition of our spiritual nature itself. Consider, for example, the general fashion of intellect in this era. Intellect, the power man has of knowing and believing, is now nearly synonymous with logic, or the mere power of arranging and communicating. How much worse is it going to be with AI? Right, where people explain things through prompts, right, that are fed into a machine. They don't have to know anything.
So the machine explains it. We lose our cognitive ability.
Oh yeah, it's already beginning to atrophy. You can see it in the schools when they brought the technology into the schools, and they said that these kids are going to become geniuses.
There is a striking parallel between this glorification or deification of technique, which is result-based, right? Oh, I need an active result that I can see, smell, hear, taste, and touch immediately. And that which helps me obtain that is God. This is word for word the blueprint for black magic in India is the technique, glorification of the so-called technique, the way to kind of hack nature or hack God.
Oh yeah, wait till we get to Hegel. Totally Kabbalistic. That's exactly what he's talking about. Right, he's talking about hacking nature. You know, and becoming one with God.
Val Harari also in the Sapiens book talks about human being hackable, essentially.
Yeah, and I talked about that earlier, that this is part and parcel of the Hermetic dictums.
Principles,
right? That they actually say that there's two that come to be. I mean, the two is all there is. What comes to be and what makes it. Right? So it's dualistic from its fundamental nature, right? From the fundamental nature of existence, there's two things, just like in Aristotle, right? There's God and then there's matter, right? Okay, and you can even say there's a third thing called the void, right? But what's interesting is that, there's, what's fascinating is that, creativity, right? Even in the Hermetic tradition, God created the world in order to know himself, right? So God is incomplete until he begins the process of creation, right? The whole process of creation is God coming to know himself, right? So this idea of knowledge, of creation, of God transforming is part and parcel of the very same thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Anna.
That would be to like equate God with creation, which is, I mean, at least in the Hindu perspective, it's not the view of God. And I don't think it's the Christian view of God. God is seen as perfect, whole, and complete, and not in need of improvement, so to speak.
And that's why I'm saying you actually have to construct a brand new cosmology, and you have to go to the metaphysical, psychological level and totally transform fundamental notions of what it means to be human, what nature means, what technology means, what God even means. Okay, and that's exactly what, Carlyle was pointing out. That's struck down to man's most intimate primary sources of conviction, he says. Okay, I'll read this line again. He says, intellect, the power man has of knowing and believing, is now nearly synonymous with logic, the mere power of arranging and communicating. Okay, now we're even going to move from logic into rhetoric.
So what is that?
Organization.
Flow fallacy, or like, kind of like hive mind, or is that what that's talking
Oh
about?
yeah, definitely.
Big leap.
Yeah. Massification,
Mm.
as ellul terms it. Right? So yeah, massification, universalism on the psychological and philosophical level. Right? The truth is men have lost their belief in the invisible and believe and hope and work only in the visible. Okay, it says yeah, but that ignores, like I said on the OTW news today, right? I said, there's three, imagination, experience, and activity are all part of consciousness, and they're also part of everything. So where consciousness? Where does it arise? It's part of everything, in my opinion. Right? Its implement is not mediation, right? Logic.
Yeah, but the visible is so manipulable, right? The visible.
Yeah.
Well, the five senses is called the five deceivers in Vedanta.
Yeah.
And also the audible, the way the digital sound is recreated through like a square wave versus the organic sine wave, and having the natural roundness. It's like in nature you'll get a natural reverb or tone to things. If you go find like a nice rock cliff to sit in when you speak, there's always like the enhancement of the surroundings of a natural environment. And I think these quote elites, or whatever you want to call them, they've done a lot of things with tuning, their World Economic Forum meetings and putting different type of materials in there to create certain resonance. So they're obviously privy to how the sound can create alternate forms of consciousness and perhaps enhanced versions of thinking. And I don't think it's as complicated as like necessarily someone might think. It's just as natural as intuition. What's a natural, beautiful note, and how does that affect you? As much as aesthetics do, from a visual standpoint.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah, people tend to overcomplicate the idea. We don't need to bring in metaphysical notions of free will to figure out, okay, if people can be controlled by technology. Okay, okay, like they were attempting to do on the last stream, right? And of course, I'm happy to debate the notions of free will, but if that's not on the menu, right, then it's not on the menu, right? But yeah, funny, that people could drag it there, drag it to that level where you could offer them a debate about technology, you could offer them a debate about free will. They choose to debate about technology and they make the entire debate about free will. Odd.
The old bait and
Because
switch,
the
perhaps.
object of debate is to win. It's not to find truth. It's to be on.
Right.
So you just have to convince the judges, which in this case is a YouTube chat.
full of pole smokers.
It doesn't know the rules of debate, so it's completely skewed, and you can completely riddle your argument with logical fallacies. And if you know how to rile people up to a cause, you can be president, right? So yeah, there you have it. The debates are intensely skewed if that's what's happening, if that's the level it's at.
Yeah. I mean, I get so excited to talk about ellul's ideas that I've gone way overboard. Way overboard. I'm talking about like it's an hour and 30 minutes into the show. We'll probably be here 4 hours into the show and still talking about ellul. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to talk about ellul for another few hours. If you would not like to hear that, then just simply go away, right? Watch other shows, right? If you want to talk about the progress of Western civilization and how liberalism gave birth to its executioner, and how reason and individualism and science and equality and reason and the scientific worldview and all these things are basically take over and enslave humanity, right? And create a world system that enslaves humanity, then continue to listen. You know, and that is basically where we're at. We're gonna move through Kurzweil, then we're gonna look at Nietzsche, then we're gonna look at Rousseau. Okay, then I'm gonna move back to Ellul and his ideas and concepts after I take a brief interlude and look at the ideas of Hegel, right, and the notions of built-in progress in a system, right, in a philosophical system, right. Then we're gonna move to look at Ellul's actual interview, right, and then I'm going to actually read some of Jacques Ellul, okay, in the Technological Society. Okay, we're at about page 153, right, and then we'll take another little break and move on to the writings of Lao Tzu and look at modern interpretations of an ancient philosophy so we can examine its relevance, okay, within the modern stage, right? And then we'll move on to transhumanism and all those things, right? So we have lots of issues. Okay, I've been excited to talk about Ellul, and it turns out that these presentations are guided by me and no one else, right? There's not part of an organization. It's not part of a crew online, right? There's no, so we'll just simply go with Ellul, right? And we'll have more readings tomorrow. Tomorrow, the brunt of the show will be to actually read Ellul, okay, in the Work Technological Society today, where it's simply looking at some of the main concepts and ideas, right? So let me finish this Carlyle quote, and then we'll proceed in the fashion that I just laid out, right? And I see like 3 or 4 people left. Ha! Don't let the door hit you, right? Anyways, cause and effect in the almost the only category under which we look at it. Oh, here, hold on. Hold on. Intellect, the power man has of knowing and believing, is now nearly synonymous with logic, the mere power of arranging and communicating. Okay, it is not mediation, but argument. Cause and effect is almost the only category under which we look at and work with all nature. Okay, that's empiricism, right? He says, our first question with regard to any object is not what is it, but how is it? Okay, we've totally exchanged the what and the why for the how. How something is done. Okay. Okay, not at the level of foundation of why it should be done. What should be done? What's the right thing to do? We don't look at what is right. Right? Virtue is based on efficiency and measurement, logic. It's been reduced, right? Rousseau's going to talk about this too, and I'm going to play some music before I move on. It says, our first question with regard to an object is not what is it, but how is it. We are no longer instinctively driven to apprehend, to lay to heart what is good and lovely, but rather to inquire as onlookers how it is produced, whence it comes, whither it goes. Our favorite philosophers have no love and no hatred. They stand among us not to do nor to create a thing, but as sort of logic mills. Logic mills to grind out true causes and effects of all that is done and created. As I said, folks, the eye has no conscience. Information is not in the air, but in the eye, and the eye has no conscience.
Eye is in letter I, or eye is in your eyeball?
Eyeball.
Okay.
That's voyeurism. We're stuck in the voyeuristic mode of empiricism. Okay, anyways, let me play some music here. 2 songs here that I mixed, and we're having a kind of a lo-fi sort of a day here. So we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you guys. in about 6 minutes, I think. Right. But yeah, give me yeah. Thank you guys. Blessings.
Boy, you touchable. No need to get apologetic. Get your bottom dollar better. This your problem. I'ma let it alone. The high priest on the microphone, taking historical, lyrical oracles to the dome. My raps is blessed, miraculous. In fact, the impact is just spectacular. Intact with a knack to bust. Plus, need I discuss? My rhymes make your brain freeze like slush or Slurpees with unpredictable bumps like herpes. Let's see if you can serve these superb MCs. Are you 33rd degrees? I figured out history's mysteries. My kinetic, energetic, poetic motion subsides your synthetic notion of being the best. Fully pressurized. Back up off the microphones, what I suggest you guys.
Let's see how many rappers can go the length. Back in your system with extra strength. We eat MCs, outdo and surpass them. What's gonna make it different than the last one? Let's see how many rappers can go the length. Back in your system with extra strength. We eat MCs, outdo and surpass them. But what's gonna make it different than the last one?
I'm the epitome of shit we be trying to do. When we go and write a rhyme or two, you need some competition, boy, you better find my crew. We make clean cuts like a diamond do. Inclined in the mind and the beat hit with perfect timing too. When I come to your community, I'm flexing diplomatic immunity, protection, connections, legalized MP5s just to tear up your
This
section.
is what you must stay aware of. Hieroglyphics faction. Back in your system with extra strength. The eternal energy interaction got me developing quicker and you in a predicament, punk. Politicians still wishing we would take their prescription for death. Got my trigger finger itching to grab the mic. Dishing the truth and the magic. Bust with magnum force and advanced force.
Let's see how many rappers can go the length. Back in your system with extra strength. We eat MCs, outdo and surpass them. But what's gonna make it different than the last one? Let's see how many rappers can go the length. Back in your system with extra strength. We eat MCs, outdo and surpass them. But what's gonna make it different than the last one?
We gotta fertilize the soil, actualize the turmoil, then sift through the facts and the lies. The world and the war is intense, but I remain relaxed in my intents and actions. My lyrics are bottomless pits, now they got the red dot on us. Is it a hit? We escaped every plot on us. Watch as we aviate on tape and make a statement with what we create. Just wait till the tide break, or dust settle, I'ma vibrate. And if I must bust metal, adjust the level. Release the clutch of the devil while I conduct this concerto. Channeling the ruckus to bring justice. Ring through abyss and bliss will overwhelm ya. Now that we at the helm, you don't quit. We go into a realm you never been and seldom conceived. Perfection. Let's see how many rappers can go the length. Back in your system with extra strength. We eat MCs, outdo and surpass them. But what's gonna make it different than the last one? Let's see how many rappers can go the length. Back in your system with extra strength. We eat MCs, outdo and surpass them. But what's gonna make it different than the last one?
Killer shit. No doubt. The undisputed. For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your mans not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life.
Yo, when the gas pavilion cash get billed, and that's the deal. Fuck the bitch asses with fast niggas that lack the real. When the slugs burst, G-Rap be aiming at your mug first. Niggas is bloodthirst, it's you who get plugged first. We dug earth the place you put the nickel platers through your facial. Bullets ain't racial, kid, they only hate you. My nine will seem like it's a time machine, BC they you. Checking you more than Ripper, my fifth's an organ shifter. The human organism lifter, you'll be hearing organs if you're leaving off as if you let these floors hit you with a law split you. A four-bit you to bump heads, but those that don't lead accurate shots in back of your knot. Leaving one dead, G-Rap, Havoc, and Prodigy. Let's put these bitch niggas where bodies be done. Yo, if you gotta be, you gotta be, you gotta be. For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your man's not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life. When the gas spits, some niggas get blown off the atlas. The half-this, unsolved mystery. Reenactments, get practice. What you lack is you think like the average. Jake's dumbfounded, leaving crime scene can handle. Nothing but cannon, got conspicuous. Like a laminate or branded with the cereal scratch. Bad apple out of the bag. Done it maybe like that. If I could push back the clock, probably leave it like that. Draw blood for my nigga G.U.D. Ty, Nitty, and Twin. And Twin is not here, plus my kin. Killer be forever with me. Quick to set it with me. And to QB to show love throughout the years with me. You got guns, we got guns. The serious ones. Leave foul powder stuck in your lungs. We come from where niggas look out for they dun-duns. Love never disrespect. Here niggas will redirect.
For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your man's not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life. Never prejudge, it be the humble that'll squeeze slugs. It be the ones standing still that'll peel guns. Spill blood for my thuns, thuggin' for me. Man, you don't wanna get involved, fuckin' with P. I spent more nights illin', less nights chillin'. The more shots they hold, the better they feel it. Will be the dealings, for killers like to hide behind specs. Others got blatant disrespect, and the rest are so young that you wouldn't even expect to be bursting off guns like a Vietnam vet on the steps, sitting in the staircase bed, thinking on ways to take another man's head, go to war with niggas that's against what I rap. I settle things with a heavy metal fifth, change clips, switch clothes after I spit, place niggas back in their space. Fuck is on your mind, kid.
For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out swinging like 4 in the night.
For your man's not snitching when the pressure is tight.
Pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
Yeah, welcome back. Excuse me. Holy cows, brothers and sisters. Some strong hits. Jeez. And definitely need to clean this thing out. Yeah, I appreciate you guys hearing it. Fucking baked. Yeah, it kind of tastes like Nag Champa because I took like the little stick and then like cleared the little hole out with the end of like a burned up Nag Champa incense. So I think I accidentally smoked Nag Champa. It is what it is.
Nag Champa smells smokable, but I don't think it probably would be good in large doses.
Yeah, it's probably like smoking chlorine or some shit. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, blessings to the people that are here. We're moving on with, critiques of the technological system. As I was saying, I was going through Rousseau. I'm going to go through Nietzsche. Actually, I was going through Carlyle. I'm going to go through Nietzsche now, right? So let me open up Nietzsche here, right? And see where we could get to. You mean? And of course, Nietzsche had a lot of things to say about modern society and where these modern concepts originate. Okay, he took a look at the architectonic similar to ellul. Okay, and this is why they're billed as philosophers, right? Even though Nietzsche
to ignore a lot of that, right? His critique of technological society.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they ignore his ideas about science and modernism and progress. They try to say that Nietzsche's like on the way to the postmodernist, that he was like pre-existentialism, that he was like the epitome of modern philosophy. But then when you look at his philosophy, oh, look, a fucking Hellenophile that's talking about Greek and Roman civilization and about how much better they are than modern society. Pretty weird.
Right.
And you go, well, where's this great modernist?
For a postmodernist, yeah.
Yeah, you sure he was opposed to Christianity, but he was also opposed to liberalism. They don't seem to include that in their critiques. They don't seem to include Nietzsche's criticism. They only include his criticism of Christianity. They never look at his criticism of science and liberalism. How convenient. How convenient. Right? And then when you look at his critique of science and liberalism, he thinks they're a lot worse than Christianity ever was. Right? So all of that, it seems to be very, very much missed. Right? Very much missed. But let's take a look at what Nietzsche said in his book, Human All Too Human, okay, which literally people like Robert Greene are going around saying, oh, yeah, well, we took most of our ideas from 48 Laws of Power and stuff from reading books like Human All Too Human. Bet you guys didn't know that.
Yeah, I did not.
Yeah, he's reading Shang Tzu, he's reading Nietzsche, he's reading Machiavelli. Okay, this is how Robert Greene is coming up with a lot of his 48 Laws of Power. Pretty weird, isn't it? Books that we read on this show, really. I mean, but check this out. He says, machine as teacher. The machine itself teaches that mutual cooperation of hordes of men in operations where each man has to do only one thing. It provides a model for the party apparatus and conduct of warfare. On the other hand, it does not teach individual autocracy. It makes of many one machine, of every individual an instrument to one end. Its most generalized effect is to teach the utility of centralization, right? Centralization takes hold because of technology. Makes things active and uniform. He's talking about speed and mass production. Okay, efficiency and speed. Okay, these two characteristics, they totally drown out all forms of cultural tradition. All forms of improvement of humans. And let's go to more ideas here. Okay. It says he make it. Okay, I like how he says it makes of many one machine, of every individual an instrument to one end. Okay, yes, technology is the externalization, complexification, and massification of means, as I put it. Right? Technology creates means. Right? Specialized means create artificial needs. Artificial needs create unintended consequences. Unintended consequences create compensatory mechanisms. It's a simple formula, folks. It's definitely not a formula for progress, so-called. But it is a formula for moral and cultural degeneration. Okay, now let's go to this. He says, reaction against machine culture. The machine itself, a product of the highest intellectual energy, sets in motion in those who serve it almost nothing but the lower non-intellectual energies. Let's go back to let's go to holy shit, where the fuck was I? Let's go to our friend Carlyle again. Okay, let's go to Carlyle again. Look what he says. He just literally said, right, intellect, the power man has of knowing and believing, is now clearly synonymous with logic, the mere power of arranging and communicating. Okay, now Nietzsche says, the machine itself, a product of the highest intellectual energy, sets in motion those who serve it nothing but the lower non-intellectual energies.
He's acknowledging cognitive decline.
Yeah.
Massification.
Makes men active in uniform. It thereby releases a vast quantity of energy in general that would otherwise be dormant. It is true. It provides no instigation to enhancement, though, to improvement, to becoming an artist. It makes men active and uniform, but in long run, it engenders a counter effect, a despairing boredom of the soul, which teaches them to long for idleness in all its varieties. What creates boredom in our modern world? Have you guys ever thought of it? More things to do than ever before, more people than ever before. Never been more fucking bored. How is that? Right? It's dual levels.
It's
Escape,
a lack, it's escape. Escape from a lack of power.
Right.
Well, and being conditioned for constant stimuli.
Exactly. You guys said it. You guys took the words right out of my mouth. Escapism and voyeurism. Constant mediation through screens. Poisons the well of experience. Okay, constant need to escape this international frame of mind where you can go anywhere in the world and be anyone you want at any time. That sort of escapism causes an intense boredom of the soul.
Yeah, look at the elite. That's a case study of the elite.
Managing expectations.
It's a consequence of liberalism, of individualism, of constant shifting world of progress.
Yeah, and like the Zuckerbergs of the world, they think that because they have a private jet and a private island and then a spot, like they got a property on every continent, every country, whatever, that they can outpace. Like, they don't realize that itself is like a symptom of a diseased society, not like something like like you're not owning the system, right? Because you suffer the intense boredom that comes with it. It's like, oh, despite all that, still not happy. Or even content.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it's so, hard to be satiated. When the list of desires, the list of possibilities is consistently expanding. So this is the whole frame of mind that we've come to, that progress, actually, hurts the situation. Now, in the sense of the machine, I love what he says, and I've repeated it many times. He says it makes things active and uniform. It means it sets things into motion. It sets an incredible dormant energy into motion, right? And then it assimilates. So I just think that is very interesting, right? And Zerzan, right? Interesting. And a narco-primitivist, right? We are not a narco-primitivist, but we certainly understand the sentiment, right? And it goes and he goes on. He says yeah, he says people long for idleness, right? He says the printing press, the machine, the railway, telegraph are premises whose 1,000-year conclusion no one has yet dared to draw. Okay, to what extent the machine debases us, he says. The machine is impersonal. It deprives the piece of work of its pride, of individual goodness and faultiness that adheres to work not done by a machine. That is to say, of its little bit of humanity. In earlier times, all purchasing from artisans was a bestowing of a distinction on individuals and the things with which we surround ourselves, or the insignia of these distinctions. Household furniture and clothing thus became symbols of mutual esteem and personal solidarity. Whereas now we seem to live in the midst of nothing but an anonymous and impersonal slavery. We must not purchase the alleviation of work at too high a price, he complains. And today it may sound like whining. Okay, our entire modern way of life, he says, has the appearance of sheer hubris and godlessness. This is Nietzsche. Our whole attitude toward nature, the way we violate her with the aid of machines, is heedless inventiveness. Okay, the heedless inventiveness of our technicians and engineers is hubris. Is scientific hubris, right? Western man seeks to take and control the bees, the birds, the fishes of the sea, the water, the air, the land. And now Western society is international society. It's a world technological system. It no longer belongs to Europeans. And the technological system doesn't care if you're white, black, Asian, Jewish, Muslim, Chinese, Hindu. A machine is impersonal, folks. What about that quality of humans? Love of one's own, thumos, spiritedness, that causes us to defend our family, our nation. Machine is impersonal, folks. Let me go on to Rousseau. And I'm simply going through 400 years. No, I'm sorry, 300 years of critiques. 300 years of critiques here. Okay. Actually, before that, let me actually go to Thoreau, Henry David Thoreau. Why don't I actually read some of Thoreau, right? Okay, because we could go to the other side, right? We could go to the left side of the spectrum, right? Okay. And go to the perennialist, right? Nietzsche was not a perennialist; he was a classicist, right? Let's see. Okay, and so is Carlyle. Let's go to perennialist perspective. Let's see what the perennialists have to say. The perennialists, like Blake and Thoreau, they're railing against technological progress and modernity. Isn't that surprising? You'd think they'd be in full support of it. Almost everywhere across the spectrum in the 1800s, all Western intellectuals are railing against technological progress. Yet nobody heard their warning. Very strange. Very strange. That the most genius minds of the time were all saying we're going to be in a bad position 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 300 years from now. Humanity is going to be completely transformed by technological progress. Human beings are going to be engineered products. And yet nobody's ringing the alarm. Nobody's... This is an uphill battle. I with the force of my words, brought this to 20 people in the audience. Back up from 12. Fuck the world. And bless the world. Okay,
well, that's part of the algorithm or the technology programming is it puts in a firewall against certain type of communication. So as it's putting the subject in a hypnotic state and presenting it with different ideals, it also puts in there what's not to be compelling, which would be to question the system.
Oh, yeah. Conformity in our age is nothing more than conformity to the technological system. Man is the object of the machine. People pretend like there's some sort of class of people as technocrats. They don't exist. The people who produce the machines are themselves conditioned by the use of machines. It's an extremely troubling situation we're in. Okay, they think that okay, they want to blame the elites. They want to blame the controllers of the system.
Yeah, but it's obvious that they themselves are under control.
Right. You said it, sis.
Yeah, it's got to be demonic energy, though, at that level. It's a spiritual control.
Oh, yeah.
That guides them.
Yeah, I think it's just in the form of technology that is the manifestation of it. But yeah, of course. But in so many words, this is also proving a worship of technology. So the worship of it itself is diabolical.
Yeah, and that goes back to what, essentially what Carlyle was saying. That it's taken on a supernatural divine character the machine has.
Age-old adage now, sorry about that, but the age-old adage now, the computer doesn't make errors, it's human error. But as soon as it was invented, we were immediately subcomputer in intelligence.
Well, and televised there is mocking the idea of it being spiritual, but what else is it? Are you proposing there's some kind of organized group that then determines, all these little idiosyncrasies of technology and how it just conveniently always seems to serve some nefarious purpose to enslave people? It seems like it's bigger than that to me, that when you have that collective process creating it, and every piece of it is a cog on the wheel of, executing on a plan of demise for humanity. It's not just something that was orchestrated by a handful of people or, reptilians in a room. It goes deeper than that. It happens at a, I guess what you're spiritually tuned to.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. You said it, brother. Yeah, sorry, I'm just breaking down more weed here. Which I started doing in the middle of when you guys were talking, and now I'm still doing it. Holy shit. Yeah, we need to get
Well,
a
and I think it's
producer.
funny, liberalism always espouses this idea of consent and the individual, identity. But, not that that's even possible, really, when you look at it from the standpoint of like how people are interconnected. But they're the worst at actually embodying any of those qualities of being independent or, embodying consent.
Oh, yeah. And this is the whole thing that I was, that I can and will point out is that, freedom and equality. There are these two things that get brought in. Individualism and collectivism. They're mutually opposed. Yet technology seems to engender, our world technological system seems to engender both. Both cultural assimilation, and the notion of the archetypal man, the idea of neo-primitivism, that we were all like fucking baboons back in the day. All these notions are equality, but they push an equality-driven ethos. They tend to round off man into an average mean, perfect for a technological system, to assimilate them, work on them. You need a standardized human so that he can be assimilated. It's perfect. And the more individualized somebody is, the more collectivized somebody is. And of course, you got to push the dual notions of freedom and equality to get it done, to make this total deracinated, last man. The individual, man with no family, the rootless cosmopolitan. And we all want to be better than others. We all want our best life. We all want to be free. Don't you want to be free?
And wise.
Yeah. Don't you want to be free and wise? Right? Isn't knowledge the solution to all our problems? Right? Isn't seeking knowledge and changing the world the greatest aspect of humanity, folks? Or is that the thing that's destroying humanity? Okay. This is why I pray, God save me from the knowledge that does not benefit. Okay, because the knowledge that does not benefit humanity, and there is knowledge that is not beneficial to humanity, is a curse upon humanity. How long will it take you people to realize that? I'm so high. So let me see. Wow, that was a good hit. Honestly, I feel very nice right now. And I actually can't wait to actually smoke more of this cannabis. It's purple weed here. So excellent stuff here. Let me move to page 108. In Confronting Technology, the old edition by Dr. Scribina still has his notes inside of it, okay? Gave it to me for free when I couldn't afford it. Okay, this is the very first time I took Dr. Scribina's Confronting Technology course at University of Michigan. Okay, very strange times indeed. Almost way older than 10 years ago. Maybe like 13 years ago here. right? Since we looked at these ideas. And of course, I had already read Discourses on Inequality before I even talked to Dr. Scribina. I believed in all of it. Okay. There wasn't a line in there that I didn't like. Okay. I was a huge proponent of it. Railed over and for Rousseau against Locke and Hobbes in every political philosophy course I had. With the students, of course, not with the professors. But yeah, surprised to see that most of them didn't even care about that type of stuff. They're just trying to get a good grade. Got paid to go there. It's stupid. Nobody's learning for their own edification. That's why I had to leave that place. Okay, even if there was no YouTube channel, if there was no YouTube, and there was no internet, okay, we'd still be reading, talking about ideas, discussing ideas. Okay, so we might as well do it with the lights on, with the lights off, doesn't matter. And so, you know, let's go to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He says, and these are going to be more hard-hitting than the other things we've read, right? Because he's just an excellent writer, right? He says, the mind as well as the body has its needs. Those of the body are the basis of society. Those of the mind, its ornaments. So long as governments and law provide the security of well-being of men in their common life, the arts, literature, and the sciences, less despotic, though perhaps more powerful. He said, less despotic, but more powerful. Fling garlands of flowers over chains which weigh them down. They stifle in men's breasts that sense of original liberty for which they seem to have been born, cause them to love their own slavery. And so make of them what is called a civilized people. Necessity raised up thrones. The arts and sciences have made them strong. Powers of the earth, cherish all talents and protect those who cultivate them. Civilized peoples, cultivate such pursuits to them. Happy slaves, you owe that delicacy and inquisitiveness of taste, which is so much your boast, that sweetness of disposition and urbanity of manners, which make intercourse so easy and agreeable among you. In a word, the appearance of all virtues without being in possession of one of them. The appearance of virtue. Relate that to the Tao Te Ching, right? Those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness. Then what is the appearance of virtue? Is that not evil itself, folks?
Right. The appearance of virtue. It was for this sort of accomplishment, which is by so much more captivating as it seems less affected, that Athens and Rome were so much distinguished in the boasted times of their splendor and magnificence. And it is doubtless in the same respect that our own age and nation will excel all periods and peoples. An air of philosophy without pedantry, an address at once natural and engaging, distant equally from Teutonic clumsiness and Italian pantomime. These are the effects of taste acquired by liberal studies and improved by conversation with the world. What happiness would it be for those who live among us if our external appearance were always a true mirror of our hearts? If decorum were but virtue, if the maxims are professed, if the maxims we profess, were the rules of our conduct, if real philosophy were inseparable from the title of philosopher, but so many good qualities too seldom go together. Virtue rarely appears
in so much pomp and state. Richness of apparel may proclaim a man of fortune, and elegance the man of taste, but true health and manliness are known by different signs.
Boom.
Yeah, where are the men?
So it doesn't mean wearing a fucking suit.
Right. Is under the homespun of the laborer, he says, and not beneath the gilt and tinsel of the courtier, that we should look for strength and vigor of body.
Because the courtiers are the king's court members that essentially are aristocrats, right? So they're landowners. And they just sit around and collect tax.
Right.
Oh, man. Yeah. Can't change a light bulb kind of deal.
Yeah, now he says some wild shit. He says external ornaments are no less foreign to virtue, which is strength and activity of the mind. The honest man is an athlete who loves to wrestle stark naked. He scorns all those vile trappings which prevent the exertion of his strength, and were for the most part invented only to conceal some deformity. Before art had molded our behavior and taught our passions to speak in artificial language, our morals were rude but natural. The different ways in which we behaved proclaimed at first glance the difference of our dispositions. Human nature was at the bottom better than it is now. But men found their security in the ease with which they could see through one another, and this advantage, of which we no longer feel the value, prevented their having many vices. In our day now, the more subtle study and a more refined taste have reduced the art of pleasing to a system. There prevails in modern manners a servile and deceptive conformity. Let me say that again. There prevails in modern manners a servile and deceptive conformity, so that one would think every mind has been cast in some mold. Politeness requires this thing, decorum that, ceremony has its form, and fashion its laws. And these we must always follow, never the promptings of our own nature. We no longer dare seem what we really are, but lie. We lie under a perpetual restraint. In the meantime, the herd of men, which we call society, all act under the same circumstances, exactly alike, unless very particular and powerful motives prevent them. Thus we know with whom we have to deal, and even to know our friends, we must wait for some critical and pressing occasion. That is till it's too late. For it is on those very occasions that such knowledge is of use to us. Let me drop the link again. And I have another section of this that I'd like to read. And then I'll go back to Thoreau.
He is casting essentially what the liberal progressivist, the one who associates technological advancement and quote unquote civility with Western civilization. And they also kind of call themselves trad. You know, that's out the window right now with this last statement.
Right, and he's saying that in the 1700s, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
So this is what he's saying about so-called progress in the 1700s. Okay, and I just went forward in time to look at Nietzsche and Carlyle. They were very ambivalent about this notion of progress. They were not settled in to the quote-unquote progress of civilization. Okay, they didn't care. Even in the 1800s, the most brightest minds, they were critiquing technological progress, folks. Okay, it's never stopped. Smart people have always given a fuck about this topic. Okay, it's just today around, there's less and less smart people around. That's all. That's all that's going on.
Yeah, it's wild when you think about how it's like seemingly more primitive times or whatever too. You know, it's like it wasn't what you would consider as so front and center as it is now, a threat, and yet they had all that insight and intuition about it.
Yeah, I mean, this hard men create good times or whatever, and then you know, good times create soft men create, you know, that whole thing. Rousseau literally said that. That's literally Rousseau. But you never hear Rousseau. You hear about capitalism and progress and Johnny Locke and all this stuff. Democracy and progress, capitalism. Right, and what do we hear about when we hear about Rousseau? Oh, the French Revolution. Nonsense. Voltaire and Diderot were responsible for the French Revolution that was all about bringing in secularism and progress. They totally ignored the writings of Rousseau.
And Thomas Paine is probably an
Paine
influence in there too.
Yeah, they took some lines from the Social Contract and totally ignored everything else he wrote. Right.
I saw the French Revolution, like it's like the Ukraine of today or some shit, you know, the Ukraine war or some shit. It's like nobody wanted that shit, bro. Nobody wanted that shit.
Yeah. And of course, we know why they're making a big ruckus about Ukraine. You look up Holodomor and all these types of things. It's crazy times we're living in. Strategic. Stalin starved Ukraine. And Putin worked for the KGB, folks. This is the reality of the situation.
The Bolshevik Revolution you're talking, right? This is World War II.
Right.
Fuck.
So it's wild stuff, folks. I mean, but yeah, let's go to Rousseau again. He says, "What variety of dangers surrounds us? What a number of wrong paths present themselves in the investigation of the sciences." This he had to say about progress. Through how many errors more perilous than truth itself is useful? Must we not pass to arrive at it? The disadvantages we lie under are evident, for falsehood is capable of an infinite variety of combinations. But the truth has only one manner of being. Besides, where is the man who sincerely desires to find it? Or even admitting his goodwill? By what characteristic marks is he sure of knowing it? Amid the the infinite diversity of opinions. Where is the criterion by which we may certainly judge of it? Again, what is still more difficult, should we even be more fortunate enough to discover it, who among us will know how to make right use of it? If our sciences are futile in the objects they propose, they are no less dangerous in the effects they produce. Being the effect of idleness, they generate idleness in their turn, and an irreplaceable loss of time in the first prejudice, which they must necessarily cause to society. To live without doing some good is a great evil, as well as in the political as in the moral world, and hence every useless citizen should be regarded as a pernicious person. Tell me then, illustrious philosophers, of whom we learn the ratios in which attraction acts in vacuo, and in the revolution of planets, the relations of space is traversed in equal times, by whom we are taught by what curves have conjugate points, points of inflection and cusps, how the soul and the body correspond like two clocks without actual communication, what planets may have inhabited, what insects reproduce in an extraordinary manner. Answer me. I say, you from whom we receive all this sublime information, whether we should have less numerous, worse governed, less formidable, less flourishing, or more perverse, supposing you had taught us none of all these fine things. Consider therefore the importance of your productions. And since the labors of the most enlightened of our learned men and the best of our citizens are of so little utility, tell us what we ought to think of that numerous herd of obscure writers and useless literatures who devour without any return to substance to the state. Okay, he's talking about over-specialization, rule of experts, products of science. They don't draw men to virtue, to being a better countryman. They don't produce goodies for the state. They don't produce their goodies for the state. What are they there for? What are they there for? Useless, do I say, he says? Would God they were. Would God they were. Society would be more peaceful, morals less corrupt, without the motherfucking scientists. Here, hold on. Let me put this person right here. But these vain and futile disclaimers go forth on all sides, armed with their fatal paradoxes to sap the foundations of our faith and nullify virtue. Nullify virtue. Nullify virtue. They smile contemptuously at such old names as patriotism and religion. And to think they're using Christian nationalism to promote technological progress. Bunch of fools. The thing that they're promoting, the thing that they're promoting laughs at their fucking religion, laughs at their at countrymen and this patriotism and all these things, these weak notions. Strives for internationalism, strives for universalism. Bunch of goddamn fools. Their talents and philosophy to the destruction and the defamation of all men hold sacred, right? Okay, they smile contemptuously at such old names as patriotism and religion and consecrate their talents and philosophy to the destruction and defamation of all that men hold sacred. Not that they bear any real hatred to virtue and dogma. They're the enemies of public opinion alone. To bring them to the foot of the altar, it would be enough to banish them to the land of the atheists. What extravagancies will not the rage of singularity induce men to commit? The waste of time is certainly a great evil, but still greater evils attend upon literature and the arts. One is luxury, produced like them by indolence and vanity. Luxury is seldom attended by arts and sciences, but they are always attended by luxury. Specialized means create artificial needs. Luxury is seldom unattended by the arts and sciences. They are always attended by luxury. I know that our philosophy, fertile in paradoxes, pretends in contradiction to the experience of all ages. The luxury contributes to the splendor of states, but without insisting on the necessity of sumptuary laws, can it be denied that rectitude of morals is essential to the duration of empires, and the luxury is diametrically opposed to such rectitude? Let it be admitted that luxury is a certain indication of wealth. And it even serves, if you will, to increase such wealth. What conclusion is to be drawn from this paradox so worthy of the times? No wonder Christ said it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. Was he talking about wealth or was he talking about luxury? I implore thee, those of a rational mind and a spiritual perspective, to consider the details. Let it be admitted that luxury is a certain indication of wealth, and it even serves, if you will, to increase such wealth. What conclusion is to be drawn from this paradox so worthy of our times? What will become a virtue if riches are to be acquired at any cost? The politicians of the ancient world were always talking about morals and virtue. Ours speak nothing but commerce and money. One of them will tell you that such a country, I'm sorry, Anna, go ahead.
No, I said, oh shit. That sounds pretty relevant.
Right. Very relevant. One of them will tell you that in such a country, a man is worth as much as he will sell for at Algiers. Another, pursuing the same mode of calculation, finds in some countries a man is worth nothing. In others, still less than nothing. They value men as they do droves of oxen. According to them, a man is worth no more to the state than the amount he consumes, and thus a Sybarite would be worth at least 30 Lacedaemonians. Okay, Sybarite is a type of ancient person. Okay, Lacedaemonians were the Spartans, right? Let these writers tell me, however, which of the two republics, Siberia, Sybaris or Sparta, was subdued by a handful of peasants, and which one became the terror of Asia? Little dig on capitalism at the end there, huh?
It's like it could only have quote unquote global control under this with this centralized technology. If not, I don't think it could ever have worked without industrial society.
Yeah. You see the incredible amount of overpopulation that happened after the Transcontinental Railroad got put in place. They had cities and towns.
Alone increased from 300 million just in 74 to 1.2 and growing billion, right? 2025. That's some crazy, if it is true, if the numbers are to be believed.
Yeah.
That's a crazy explosion which was created for cheap labor.
Yeah. You build more cities, you need more people to work in the factories. You got to keep the population stable. You need more people to run the machines. And I keep saying, oh, there's a population decline. It's not a population decline. It's that they don't have enough people to work and run the machines. Okay, what's actually causing the population decline is secularism, liberalism, modernity, and technology. But we can't stop those things. We can't stop progress. Remember. Okay, remember what Android Wilson said. You can't stop progress. The march of progress must continue. These are the popular people on the internet. Good Lord. Let's go to the idea of the Transcontinental Railroad, right? and we're gonna move a little bit, you know, forward in time now, right? And then I'm gonna go finally to Ellul's ideas. Okay, I'm just framing his ideas about the economy here. Okay, so let me go to Walden here, right? And you know, he says simplify. Instead of 3 meals a day, it will be necessary. Okay, if it be necessary, eat but one. Instead of 100 dishes, 5, and reduce other things in proportion. Our nation itself, with its so-called internal improvements, which by the way are all external and superficial, is just such a unwieldy, overgrown establishment, cluttered with furniture and tripped up by its own traps, ruined by luxury and heedless expense, by want of calculation and a worthy aim. And as the million households in the land, and the only cure for it, as for them, is in a rigid economy, a stern, more than Spartan simplicity of life, and an elevation of purpose. It lives too fast, he says. It lives too fast. Men think that it is essential that the nation have commerce and export ice and talk through a telegraph and ride 30 miles an hour without a doubt, whether they do or not. But whether we should live like baboons or like men is a little uncertain. If we do not get out the sleepers, right, i.e. the large wood timbers that support railroad tracks, and forge nails, and devote days and nights to the work, but go on tinkering upon our lives to improve them, who will build railroads? And if railroads are not built, how shall we get to heaven in season? But if we stay at home and mind our own business, who will want railroads? We do not ride on the railroad, it rides upon us. Very famous line by Rousseau. We shape tools, and the tools we use shape us. He understood the notion of technological determinism in the 1800s, folks. He understood what these factories are going to produce. Men that behave like the machines.
And those days are even more brutal, right? There's no workers' comp or nothing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
right and left.
Horrible working conditions, etc.
But another thing is the railroad was always used to transport human labor, right? That's the point of it. Goods and services and labor in industrialized society. If not, why do you need the railroad then? People got from place to place.
Yeah, we got some new people in the chat. We got Rock E. Shepherd. We got GT. Meditation is the path. Okay, let me go all the way up. I greatly appreciate all of you people for being here. Whoops, what the hell is this? I got just one more quote, and then I'm going to move to...
Sorry, but one thing, he's also seeing people like give up their land and move to cities, right? That's happening as he's writing this.
Right.
Yeah.
We got Austin Murphy. A machine shouldn't speak for man. Definitely. The machines, new technologies. New Green Deal. Yeah, that's right. It's an important subject. You know, obviously, I've talked about many times, they're using the whole notion of global warming to usher in new technologies. It's not about protecting the earth. It's about using technology to, quote unquote, save humanity from itself. Does that make any fucking sense to anybody? Just the whole entire premise is flawed. It's anthropocentric. Just like all of science is formed on the basis of hubris and anthropocentrism. Right? They know 0.0000001% of what matter is, but matter is all there is, and they know all of it. All about it. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. And look at their fruits. They're not very impressive here, right? Okay. I mean, a good guitar song, women, beautiful women, cannabis, sativa. These are all things that came from nature. What the fuck do I need technology for, literally? If I can have all of these things. The stupidity is immense. People need to create things on the basis of world civilization that they don't even know why they're participating in.
Money. Money is the reason, one of the big reasons for participation.
Oh yeah. 100%. And here goes to the last thing. We're being deceived by money. Okay. Now remember that Ellul said, yeah. Now remember that Ellul said, that, essentially, Stalin considered centralized economy, an industrialized economy, industrialized technology, the sole basis for the realization of socialism. Okay, and it seems like Orwell noticed the same exact thing. Right? Orwell, the guy who wrote about totalitarianism. Well, it looks like he thought that scientific totalitarianism was the greatest form of it. Did you guys consider that? That science and technology can be used to enslave humanity? I know I said it like a million times, but yeah. It says here, socialism is bound up more or less inextricably with the idea of machine production. Socialism is essentially an urban creed. It grew up more or less concurrently with industrialism. That's true, isn't it? Isn't it funny that scientism and secularism and humanism and all these ideas, they just lay dormant for 200 years until the Industrial Revolution, and now they are totally uprooting all cultural traditions. It looks like technology drove culture and ideology. The technological world creates its ideological inherence by its own propagation, folks. And yet people think that humanity is being driven into technological age by some ideological change in factors. Yes, of course. But why do these...
By nature itself. That's the argument Yuval Harari makes, that it's
right.
the nature.
Oh yeah, techno-Gaianism. The flip side of transhumanism. Right, we could either go beyond nature through the use of technology, or we can merge with nature through technology, because technology is nature. Right, as one said, there's three people in the evolutionary gamble: man, technology, and nature. And he says man is on the side of nature, but he says nature is on the side of the machines. So there's people with this sort of ideology. I mean, right? And we've looked at it. I mean, one of Pill Eater presented a view of that too. Sort of eco-nihilism. to go along with the techno-nihilism. Okay. And yeah, he says socialism is bound up more or less inextricably with the idea of machine production. Socialism is essentially an urban creed. It grew up more or less concurrently with industrialism. It always had its roots in the town proletariat, the town intellectual, and it is doubtful whether it could ever have arisen in any but an industrial society. Granted, industrialism, the idea of socialism, presents itself naturally because private ownership is only tolerable when every individual or family or other unit is at least moderately self-supporting. But the effect of industrialism is to make it impossible for anyone to be self-supporting, even for a moment. Industrialism, once it rises above a fairly low level, must lead to some form of collectivism. Industrialism leads to collectivism.
Mic drop.
Not necessarily to socialism, of course. Conceivably, it might lead to slave state, of which fascism is a kind of prophecy, and the converse is also true. Machine production always suggests socialism, but socialism as a world system implies machine production. Because it is...
Look at China, right?
Yeah, right. Right, and he says, because it demands certain things not compatible with the primitive way of life. It demands, for instance, constant intercommunication and exchange between all parts of the earth. It demands some degree of centralized control. It demands an approximately equal standard of life for all human beings, and probably a certain uniformity of education. All of these create the urban liberal creed, techno-liberalism, okay, that the world has become adjusted to. Right? And at the top of the heap is the ideas of freedom, reason, the ability of man to manipulate nature with the use of his reason, the equality-driven ethos, and the myth of progress. All of these are part and parcel to the exploration of these concepts as I've just framed them for pretty much 3 hours. Actually, I know that's not accurate. Okay, it's more like an hour and a half. Oh, no, I'm sorry, like 2 hours. 2.5 hours or something like that. I don't know. Shit. I don't know how long I've been here. It says 2:49. I know I played 30 minutes of music. So something of 2 hours, folks. We've sat here, briefly explained these things, okay? I know I went kind of overboard, but this is a new week. And I hope you guys can appreciate the framing of the issues, but let me move on to... Yeah, no, we're trying our hardest to break them down a little bit. I mean, their origin, right? Yeah, Android Wilson, yeah. The machinist. Okay. Let me open up this video and take a look at what Ellul has to say here before we move to a reading of Ellul. And we're already 2 hours and 50 minutes into this show, so we'll sort of proceed. Sort of, yeah, you know what? Let me take a little musical break, and then we'll be back. That'll be a good idea to do that. It's already 2 hours and 50 minutes into this.
I'm gonna say good night, yo.
Yeah, blessings, Anna. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, peace, homie. And I believe we have the link pinned. Incredible. Nobody wants to join. And, incredible stuff, folks. I mean, can't believe it. I mean, see who else is live. We got Infinite Plane Society. Let's see if the Juiceable is still live. The Juiceable is live. Let's check in with them a little bit, see what's going on. Oh, looks like his show's coming to an end. Okay, we won't go to that. Let's see what Infinite Plane Society is doing. Okay, I like this guy, Infinite Plane Society. Okay, he talks about conspiracies and things like that. What, we might get him on the show one day. I've been watching his show. Interesting guy here, right? Go check him out.
So you have a brand new titanium wrench, which means that you can't be censored. I just thought maybe you had been somebody was banning you, because sometimes people will misuse the power and they'll ban people for some reason. And I can't always be there to protect you. So I trust you to defend yourself.
He gave me a
Okay,
mod,
so we've been talking about Hollow Earth, AI, Kate Perry. That whole mission with Bezos and Perry and Gail King and Lauren Sanchez did not help the space program at all.
By the way, totally goes in with our topic. They're promoting science and technology with the space stuff. And totally, right?
It just highlighted.
It's like promotion. It's like military grade promotion for that stuff. Right? World government. Pogo promotions.
The disbelief and the mockery. The fact that nobody believes it. Like, this is a problem for the space agencies, that they thought they could have Kate Perry go up there and say, take that, flat earthers. They thought Kate Perry would be able to shut down the conspiracy theorists. But no, look what happened. It backfired royally.
A 4-minute flight in low Earth orbit? I mean,
I'm not even making it a point.
4 minutes in low Earth orbit.
Other than the usual clues, but then people are sharing other stuff. And like, oh, look, there's a dummy in there. Like the door opening. People are going frame by frame. I didn't even have time to go through it in that level of nuance. But no, it's being torn apart and people are laughing at it. And that's the last thing they want. Like if they start laughing at it, if they're laughing, they've already lost. They've lost the propaganda war. It's being ridiculed. Ridicule is a weapon in mind war. It really is. And the last thing they want is people laughing at their art project, their science fiction, their pageantry. All right, let's see who else is in the chat.
Shout
Eric
it out.
Bliss, Unmitigated Mind, Mr. Tamiage. By the way, if you comment, you will get a blue wrench. So go ahead and say something if you haven't. And you'll be modded on the main channel. The 24-hour stream is going to turn back on. It's just recent replays. We've been here for about 3 hours here tonight. I generally plan for about 2. But again, we're catching up. We missed almost 10 full days. Unmitigated Mind says, I'm glad they put women into space. Well, they're not the first. They're always hyping it up. And they've been trying to suggest that NASA is sexist, that they didn't have spacesuits the right size for the female astronauts before. And they are making this thing about feminism, essentially.
Fascinating stuff, folks. We got Rock E. Shepherd in the house. Blessings, sir.
Hey, what's up? I was just gonna drop off how to do a raid. That's
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely useful information. Yeah, thank you for that.
It's a 2-minute video, so I like this IPH guy too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been checking out his stuff. He's pretty cool. Yeah.
Everything's a hoax.
Yeah, auto hoax. That's his deal.
Hoaxology.
Hoaxology. Auto hoax. Everything's auto hoax. Yeah, so we definitely agree with the premise there. Obviously it's in the name, the machine lies. So, very important that we cognize that aspect of information. Let's hear him for 2 minutes. It looks like we sent Austin Murphy in there. Blessings. Right?
That was the intent. And now they're playing victim. So now they didn't just get to go on a very expensive ride and become part of a privileged small group of people who call themselves astronauts. No, now they're victims because we are calling it a ride. And by calling it a ride, we're not giving it due deference for the monumental achievement it was for all womankind. So now we're misogynistic for not properly respecting their ride in what is objectively a phallic symbol. Okay, here is Chief Pro. The edge is in your mind. Thanks for joining.
Okay, we're not going to do this, folks. We're going to instead take our musical break, and we'll be right back. You know what I mean? We also got Larpanitas. Blessings. I mean, but yeah, here's some more medieval, type of, I got like a sort of a medieval energy here today. It is what it is, right? But yeah, let's hear this. This is some actual, I think, beautiful songs, in my opinion. I mean, and we'll be right back. I mean, give me 1 second here. Let me look this up. Yeah, blessings. We'll be back in like 6 minutes.
Yeah, we sound like a group and shit. I spend so much time just thinking about nothing. Now it's time to turn that nothing into something. And see if that something wants to be with me. And we could be together, live happily. I spend so much time just doing nothing. I think it's time for me to start doing something. Find me a fun activity. Enjoy this life of liberty. Timeless, everything is. Time just keep on moving. I just keep on moving. Life just keep on moving. Keep on moving. Life just keep on moving. Keep on moving. Timeless. I spend so much time just living in the bubble. I just wanna lay back and stay out of trouble. I think it's time for me to break out the shell. And I can't be afraid to fail. I spend so much time outside my mind that I can't tell if I'm in or outside my mind. It's time for me to come to reality and use my creativity. Timeless, everything is. Time just keep on moving. I just keep on moving. Life just keep on moving. Keep on moving. Life just keep on moving.
everyday children are being abused. The sad part is most people don't listen to them. This is one little girl's letter, and I'm a voice.
Dear mommy, yesterday's gone, the pain is erased. And if you're reading this letter now, that means I finally escaped. For the first time in my life, I got a smile on my face. Maybe now you might believe me, though it's hurting inside. And do your best to protect my sister, cause I know that he'll try. Just yesterday afternoon, I saw that look in his eye. The very same look he gave me that caused me to die. And you don't wanna know the details, the pain is too gory. But Nana believed my story and said she would pray for me. Told me God takes care of all fools and babies. It's hard to believe it lately with a man who's wicked and crazy. He could touch me with his hands and make me swear not to mention. When I slipped my wrist, I was just trying to get your attention. Never wanted to die, I just wanted you to listen. Never made you wonder why. He wanted me all alone, and when you left and called home, he would never answer the phone. All the gifts he would buy me, laying right beside me, I would ask God why me as he forced his way inside me. Realized you never loved me, couldn't love yourself. Choosing that man over me, and I just needed your help. So I left this letter on the jewelry box in your dresser. Maybe my death will do what my life couldn't, and that's protect her.
Heroes die, the villains survive. I take the side of the realest guys to chill in the sky. Malcolm X, Martin Luther, William Cooper, freedom troopers and shooters, squeezing Rugers to free Larry Hoovers. Get more vexed for more vets, SEALs and parachuters. Evildoers got many schoolers using water for sewers. Use daughters for moolah, know they like fells. Step across shells on battlegrounds, mortar rounds, bazooka salute. Love for those that lost blood for the struggle. Libyan cane and rain and caught slugs in the rubble. Any offspring of the great ones that's love off the muscle. When the day come, the slumber take mugs off in Brussels. Person rug drug dealers, these ain't the thugs you accustomed to. No faith in leaders cause they ain't got a fucking clue. A lot of people gonna starve hard when the buck is through. People be clutching they tools. Fuck all instructions and rules. Fuck all discussions on news. What's red or covered in blue. Fuck all the Democrat crap. Fuck Republican dudes.
Honestly, I'm just waiting for Penelope to show up.
Yeah. Once upon a time, not long ago, black people were slaves, we came here on a boat. 85 is the mass, 10% is the trash. Bloodsuckers of the poor, 5% on their ass. God, the devil wicked, so there'll be no peace amongst them. Put them out on the poor part, they weak. The babies the jewels, but we feed them the wrong food. Complain about the oppressor, but send them off to their school. Sit back and think about it.
Open it in a different browser. You have your settings
ignorant and use this tool. I contemplate
like that.
In the conscious state.
You have to change your settings.
That's building to elevate a constant melanin face. I got a Dewey to teach. You wanna learn? Come sit with me. That's my word. I refuse to die in my own iniquity. Today's reality is knowledge cipher. All being born
click on the three dots and then give
it's my people in public housing. Not only ours, knowledge swimming
permissions to your camera and your voice. And probably photos.
Yeah, welcome back. Blessings to the homies that are here. We're trying to get Penelope out here. Blessings. We got Sherelle Snow in the house. Thank you guys for being here.
How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, thank you for being here. And let me put myself down here. Yeah, thank you guys. And yeah, we're trying to get Penelope in here. So if you
right now she's having like a couple complications because this is our first time ever using StreamYards, and it says the browser has blocked your mic and your camera from her browser. So I said you have to click on the three dots and give your settings permission to use your camera. Yeah, okay.
Right. Also check if it's other apps that are using it.
Oh.
It's also a problem, right?
That might mess it up.
Right.
Okay. I'll let her know that right now.
To just reset the thing and then close out all the apps and then open it up. It takes a massive amount of power as well. So this is part of the whole design.
All right. I'm letting her know. Thank you for that advice.
I believe this is her.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
There she is.
Yeah,
Greetings.
blessings. Thank you for being here.
But my earbuds didn't come in for some reason. I don't know why.
It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to lay down some heavy topics here, and you guys may or may not, have looked into it. But yeah, give me 1 second here.
Okay.
But
also,
please say whatever you need to. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Thank you, TML. Penelope's also here. She did a report about the kind of like the Green New Deal and what was it, the Green Accord, as far as what's going on with the machine. And I was wondering if it would be okay if she kind of gave a breakdown on what has transitioned since the machine, like as far as like weather manipulation and all that other stuff. She's seen the signs as well as I did because I do design, like home improvements and stuff like that. And I have to follow like the codes and the regulations back then, which I do now too, because I just got a new design job, which is awesome. But yeah, I was wondering if she could kind of like maybe do a breakdown of that. And it has to do with what you were speaking about earlier before the intermission.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
So, Penelope, is she there?
Yeah, I don't know. She might be having audio problems, and that's
No,
actually
I'm here.
characteristic. Yeah, blessings,
I'm
Penelope.
here.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
switched
thank you.
over to my I got my AirPods to work, so I had it on mute while I was doing all that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so Sorrel kind of caught me off guard. I was, sitting here kind of chilling, but it's been a long day. It's been a little while since we did our little podcast, but it was right after Hurricane Ian in Florida, and she and I had been talking just prior to Ian, I believe it was, and then Ian happened, and a lot of things that I had been researching seemed to hit a chord with her because, like she mentioned, she's in design, and she started to see a pattern that was happening over the course of a few years that seemed to line up with the things I was saying about this strategy, this climate strategy that Florida had adopted, and it's a sustainability. And I had noticed that there was something called Law 97, Local Law 97 from New York. And what these two different sustainabilities I'm talking about, which we know that the United Nations headquarters was in New York, and now they've partially split up. But what it is that I was discussing, and then she saw a pattern with, is that in order for when these natural disasters, quote unquote, natural disasters happen,
Mhm.
it was causing, of course, a build back better issue for people that, pretty much minding their own business, and then their whole world is turned upside down because of a hurricane,
Yeah.
a tornado, an earthquake, whatnot. And what she had noticed is that the materials, the demand for materials and the supplies had all changed out. It was certain companies, it was certain products, the rules and regulations had changed, and only certain kind of people were actually able to afford it, or that they were giving out grants, but there were a lot of strings attached to those grants. So we did a podcast and went through and explained what's on top of all of that if people
The
weren't able to.
associations.
Yes, if they weren't able to build back, then they were having these tremendous amounts of fines, which was causing landowners to lose their properties in default. And then they were all being given through these local law 97 and the strategic um, uh, strategy climate agenda that they had for Florida, and it mainly started in Miami
Hmm.
when what they had said that if you didn't do it by a certain date, you were going to start to get these fines that were like $120,000 the first time, and then 6 months later it was $250,000. And so we predicted that people were going to start to relinquish their properties. And yeah, so it's actually a pretty deep topic because they get into you can only use certain kind of cement, certain
Yep.
type of tiling, and she can tell way more information about that than I can.
Yeah, so they started changing like the concrete patterns and how it was formed and how you could develop it inside of the hoppers. And they wanted to use a more green idea, which I don't know how much more green you can get from concrete. And
Right.
yeah, and then like the roofing materials too, that had changed. And you had to be a part of the code and the regulations. Now that goes back to when that condo fell on it, like it was actually a Jewish community. It was owned by Jewish people, and that whole entire building collapsed. But it wasn't a part of the new regulations and their new codes. When that building fell, that's kind of when I started to open my eyes about these things with the associations and what they're doing and how they're regulating people and how they're sending out brochures to people's homes. Like, if you get these new windows, they're, with stain, they're green, and you'll get this voucher for $2,000. You're going to have to get it because you're a part of this association. Well, when it all comes down to all the associations in South Florida, it all goes down to one house, and it all is the same person. It's kind of like a blockchain. If you want to call it something else, you can. But they're all a part of the same association, and what their agenda is to bring in what the World Economical Forum is, and all these new industrial plants with less people but more machines, and bring in new codes that have to regulate how their houses are made. Which, remember, Florida, we get hurricanes and we have to withstand like probably the worst kind of damage inside of, like, in anywhere in the United States. So we already have homes that can withstand hurricanes, and our windows sometimes don't break unless a tree, gets thrown inside of a window. But these ones are saying that you have to change your whole roofing process and go by their guidelines. And wasn't there something, Penelope, about them putting up those blue those mats on the roofs before they put up the shields
Yeah,
inside of that?
I don't remember anything about them doing the blue roofs, but there was a layment that they had to do.
Yes, the blue layment.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but it was due also to the fact that they were claiming there were emissions that were being released by the old materials, and that's the reason why they were requiring these sustainabilities. And what was amazing was how I got onto it was as I was listening to a realtor, and they just happened to be they were in Florida and they were talking about the Miami-Dade. So I went to the website, Miami-Dade's county website, and it's all right there, all big and bold, everything. And then as I further went on and did more research, I found out that they were going to be doing mining for Bitcoin, and they had already
Hmm.
done something like 22 $1 billion worth, and they were going to let people use it toward their taxes of their land. I think something did change about that, though. They didn't get to follow through, or they started and then they stopped. But the Miami-Dade website, I looked today, and it's still all up there. And whenever I do a podcast, just as I did with Sherelle, on my .com website, I put all of the links to anything that we discuss as far as, what websites and what notes and all of that. So anything that we're talking about right now, you can easily find at a little shameless plug, penelopenesia.com. And,
Okay.
so if you're interested in any further of what I'm saying, even on the local law 97 for New York, and there were lawsuits that were placed up against them because people just weren't ready, and then they had all the flooding. And I do truly believe that they are pushing their agenda and forcing people into Build Back Better with these quote unquote natural disasters.
Absolutely, I do too. What do you think, TML?
Yeah, 100% agree. And the whole idea is really, if you look at, like you were saying, with the small hats, there's a little bit of that going on too, where it's the insurance companies that allow these things to happen,
Mm-hmm.
and all this kind of stuff. But the idea with the technology, definitely, as I've been explaining for a very long time, is that, anytime you look at the left and the right and they're pushing, either the climate agenda or conservatism, right? Conservative, traditional, society, they're promoting technology to do that, right? So that is one of the things that we were sort of explaining, is that technology and progress is always on the menu, right? And that's the thing, is that with the conservatives, they need economic progress, right? So they'll always push, capitalism and all this type of stuff, and things that are going to drive, money and wealth. For the leftists, right? They want to gradually promote a world system. And on the leftist angle, you could look at the writings of Alexander King and the Club of Rome report, and that's one of the essential things. Have you ever, Penelope, looked into this Club of Rome report or the Limits of Growth report?
No, I have
Can you give
not.
us a breakdown?
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Maurice Strong and the Club of Rome report and Alexander King, one of the ideas that he says the common enemy of humanity is man, right? This is one of the things I was explaining. So man is the problem and technology is the solution. Now, how exactly does that work, right? So philosophically, it's sort of a stretch, to believe in A, technological progress, but B, an existential crisis that's caused by, the convergence of man and technology, right? And then, obviously, their whole idea of building a system, is about, installing a global system in place. And that's the growth of technology, is that it's creating an interconnected world system, right? And that's
Right.
a consequence of technological progress itself. This is what most people don't see. It's not that, there's a certain group of people called technocrats that are planning a global economy. Nothing of the sort is taking place. It's actually the scale of technology itself that's imposing a worldwide or global system, right? They're not human or local scale technologies, right?
Well, we're in the course of a changing, and I actually, a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I did a whole podcast about how the United States Postal Service is now on blockchain. As of 2019, they became on blockchain, and they're
Oh,
also
really?
yes, and they're considered a
Yes.
bank. Uh-huh. And
Oh, man.
they yeah, and so I take us through a research dig and show where BlackRock was given the keys to the Treasury Department, and how Steve Mnuchin and Trump were completely involved in it, and the reasons why they did it. And it actually goes down to back to uh President Alexander. I can't
Hamilton.
my brain is in the total fog right now. Um, and so
She thinks
anyway,
a lot.
yeah, well, it's late for me too, and I started very early, but I do understand that I really believe this is going to seem odd, and I say it in the podcast, but I do believe that everything we are going through right now with the technocratic oligarchs, which I know the last administration kept saying that. I didn't completely disagree whenever they said, we're being taken over, but I believe this was planned since easily, 100 years ago, but you could easily see the handwriting on the wall in 2016. You could see it in
I
2015.
agree.
And in the beginning of the podcast, I explained how I saw the Federal Reserve, they had switched their website and they called it the Federal Reserve Task Force. And then they called it the Faster Payment System. And then they switched it to the SWIFT. And they had a timeline, and each one of them was about 18 months. And once we got to a certain point in 2021, and then we were locked down, and they started saying, we don't have change, we don't have coins, you can only pay with plastic. It was very apparent what was actually happening. And if you went back and you listened to things that were being said and you put the pieces together, which I do it in the United States Postal Banking System podcast that I did in 2021, and I give you all the notes and everything, and it explains how Trump and Mnuchin from the Treasury Department put BlackRock in place, and they did almost the exact same thing that happened in 2008. And they're taking control of the Federal Reserve and the way that they're going to switch our money over. It's global. It's totally global, and I don't see any way that we can stop it. If maybe all of us stop paying taxes, maybe if we logged out, didn't give them our data. I don't know the way out, but I know that I believe we're captured. I don't, it might just be me that thinks that, but they certainly,
Into digital currency, you're saying?
yes. And I don't see, it's switching, they're changing it. And I completely believe that everybody that's been the clown show that we just went through for that election, they made them look like circus clowns so that the other side looked like the best option. They didn't really give us a choice.
Oh yeah, yes, controlled opposition. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and actually, I pointed out that this whole idea of controlled opposition, it goes to the ideas of Machiavelli, right? Where he's talking about Cesare Borgia, right, who has a problem, with this principality that he runs, right? And he basically installs a criminal, right? Because the people want to get rid of Cesare Borgia. So he installs a criminal in charge. So the people oppose the criminal. He actually murders the guy that he put in charge himself as a solution to the problem that he created. And Machiavelli demonstrates how this was a perfect political move for Cesare Borgia. It worked out perfectly fine for him. And you can go to the ideas of King Solomon, where they're trying to rip the baby in two, and of course he forces a false solution, right, to get an answer from people. And that's the thing, is that, there's lots of manufactured crises, obviously, and economic and environmental are the top two that they use, right, in order to engineer. And obviously the name itself, Green New Deal, it goes to the original New Deal, right, which the philosopher of that was John Dewey, right? And if you look up the ideas of John Dewey, if you look up the ideas of Karl Popper, right, in the Open Society, they're very scary ideas, okay, about how a technological society should be run and governed, right? They had an idea that a technological society needed new measures in place, right? That the individual had new powers and he was under new constraints, right? Under a global system, right? And of course, the philosophy of the New Deal was set forth by the libertarian socialism of one man, John Dewey. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
And the Dewey Decimal System.
Right. Right. He created the Dewey Decimal System. But he's got a work called Liberalism and Social Action. Okay, I just opened up a page of it here. He says, The prophetic vision of Francis Bacon of subjugating the energies of nature through the change in methods of inquiry has well nigh been realized. Say what? So he's saying that the project of empiricism was that man could control nature, and he says we've done it. John Dewey said we've done it. Is that true?
Oh, I most certainly think that they've controlled nature right down to they're trying to inject us with stuff through mosquitoes, feed us the beetles, and we are test subjects is what we are.
Right.
But
Right. Man is the object of techniques, as Ellul said. And most people are still think that it's people that are, creating technology. They're building these beehives for what purpose? It's
well, if
all
we lose our bees, we're going to be in trouble.
Oh,
That's they talk about it
we'll
allowing
die.
us to have chickens in the backyard. They need to start talking about it, letting us. Well, we have bees, but they need to give us incentives to
right.
get bees, because without the bees, and without the truckers, our picture would look a lot different.
Yeah. It's funny the bees, the truckers being like bees,
Right?
and then they have that in that movie, Transformers, right? Where the bee is the truck. Funny, right?
Oh, I never even.
Yeah, it's
I don't
interesting.
even
Right?
know about that. Yeah, that is.
I didn't watch
Talk
the movie,
about.
but I just remember.
There's always hidden messages in movies, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I don't really get into is Transformers. But yeah, they have mites that hijack on bee colonies. Why? Because we have invasive insects thanks to the larger insects, okay, like ladybugs and all these and spiders are dying off because of the chemicals. Right. And now the bees, okay, and the bees are being jacked by invasive species, okay, that actually go and take a ride on the bee, smaller insects, okay, that have invaded bee colonies, okay, because there's not larger insects to take care of them, right? Because we've destroyed the larger insects. We've created too many invasive species. They're hijacking the bee colonies, and we don't have the spores, okay, from the old growth forest, right? So that they can create, okay, immunodefense against the mites, right? They need p-coumaric acid and other, things in their genome, that are turned on by contact with spores from the old growth forest. So if we don't have the old growth forest, we're going to kill off hundreds of species of insects. Okay, and almost all the insects are parasitized by a fungus. So we're going to be killing off tons of the bees, and that means tons of the plant life. So
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I remember one morning I woke up
Yeah.
on my car. I was in Florida. I don't remember if it was fall or spring, but there was so many bees like dying, but they're like buzzing. They're like all over the front of my car. And they couldn't fly, but they were dying. They could not get back up, and fly away. So, and there was pollen and there was flowers, everything all over my car. And it made me wonder if it was the tree or if it was something that they sprayed on the tree.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
I
don't know if
have
you got
a butterfly garden in my front yard, and for the last 15 years or so, and I have seen I used to see all sorts of insects come through, and then toward the end, it got to where I only saw a few monarchs. I only saw a couple swallowtails, and I don't even see the hummingbird moths. They look like a giant moth, but they have like a thing on the front of them like a hummingbird, and they'll go from flower to flower. Don't see those anymore. I see a few different spiders that I never had seen before. I used to see orb spiders all the time, like certain and do 6-foot webs on my porch. I don't see all of that anymore. Um,
Oh.
but my point, I had a tree that died, and as the tree was dying, it was leaking the sap. And I saw about 7 or 8 different kind of butterflies would come to this tree over the course of about 5 days. I took all sorts of photos, and I've yet to ever see something like that again. I just, nature is changing. We go days now without seeing sunlight. 2, 3 days in a row, we won't see. It's just like a cloudy sky above us, like it's completely filled with smoke, is what it looks like. But we just, and we're becoming accustomed to it. We're forgetting that when we were children, we would look up and the sky would be blue. We would very rarely see a line. We all know the stories now. I mean, they're going back
I
into
mean,
the
I
Disney
wouldn't say
movies.
this because I'm accustomed to it. It's that complaining about chemtrails for 20 years hasn't stopped them. So why talk about it?
Oh, you're becoming accustomed to not talking about it.
There's
But
so
yeah,
many more chemtrails out here in California than there are in
in
Florida.
Florida,
When I was in
really.
Florida, I did not see what I see here. I know what time they're coming out. I know when they're going to stop. And I know, like, yeah, it's bad. Like, there's like at least 15 planes that try to cover the sun over Sacramento. Where in Florida, it was just one here and there. Maybe twice a week you would get a blizzard of chemtrails, but I think it's because of the water, and it's a sunshine state. They can't really do much when it's falling back into the water
Oh, that's
because it
true.
may be some kind of frequency or magnetic force. So it
Or
doesn't work out there.
the
Yeah, that's
humidity
what I'm
might
thinking.
dissipate over the water. But the one thing I noticed when I was in Florida with you is there weren't any bugs. There were no insects just crawling around. You didn't see ants, you didn't see beetles, you didn't see any insects
It's
anywhere.
nothing like New Orleans. Yes, that's true.
That's weird. In Florida, huh? You think in Florida, I thought there'd be some big, huge, giant mosquitoes, alligators, swamp shit. Right? It'd be like crazy shit. But no bugs in
Nope.
Florida. That is
I got
very,
a
very
sunburn.
strange.
That's all I got. No mosquito bites. Didn't see any bugs at all. No insects. No nothing. It was, and I kept saying it too. I kept going, "There's no insects here. It's so weird." I'm in Missouri, and today I turn over rocks and everything looking for beetles and worms for my chickens. So trust me, I'm looking at
Really? Oh,
insects.
yeah.
Yeah.
She has a beautiful chicken coop. Um, did you hear also, you guys, about how they are burning down the Keys? And remember last time you and I, Penelope, we went out there, and how I was speaking to a lot of the locals about, what do you think about all this construction, and what do you think about all this stuff that's going on over here, and how they keep building? And she go, like there was business owners of art studios and just like gift shops and those kind of areas in the Keys. It's such a quaint area, those Keys. And they all were saying the same thing, that they feel like that they're being overrated and their laws are changing, like their their policies are changing, and it's just not the same anymore. Well, they had a huge fire about a month and a half ago, right after the California fires. The Keys went up in flames, and I feel like, oh well, they're just doing the same thing because the Olympics are in LA, right? And the Keys, they could reconstruct the Keys because that's capitalism, and I could see Trump wanting to do some kind of tourism with that area, but it takes away so much beauty. So it's great that we caught it when we did. I don't know if you caught that. Did you catch that, Penelope? And in
Yeah, I
any
did
of
catch.
your
I wonder what part burnt, if it was some of the older areas. And I was really thankful that we got footage of the old churches down there.
Yeah, it was the first two Keys, and also it kind of came into Homestead, into Florida, the very tip of Florida, Homestead. But yeah, I'm like, well, it's got to be some kind of planned
Okay, so
attack because
now
I,
how do you plan on
yeah.
dismantling a system that can create catastrophes to get millions of people to relocate?
Or
Like
what are
I
they going to
said,
do with all the people?
we're captured. Yeah. I mean, look how long people have stayed in Puerto Rico, and and under those circumstances.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to notice the the idea of pathology in terms of not noticing the issues that are going on because they're so commonplace. So, in terms of becoming adjusted, you know, to things that are not normal, like for example, Ivan Illich talks about walking in a room, right? Just as simple as walking in a room, right, where the light is on, but you don't know that it's on, right? Or that you have no comprehension of that there's a light on in the room. You just sort of accept that all of these hundreds of switches and fuel has been burnt and all of these things have happened for a light to turn on, but you don't even notice that it's on. Right? So this whole idea of living with technology, not noticing it because it's just part of the environment, this makes us sort of detached, from what's actually
Mm-hmm.
going on, around us, all around us. Makes us numb to what's going on around us. I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah, and
Well,
yeah,
unfortunately, I think you're right. We are complacent, as far as but we feel like we're just a little person. How are we supposed to stop it? And then they scare us by thinking they could debank us. We can't talk about certain things in certain places. They might debank us, or we just recently had a company come through and assess our homes, and some people's homes prices went up by 110% or more. Their house payments basically doubled. And then they turned around and asked us for money to build a new football or baseball stadium, or else we were going to lose the teams and all of that. And when the people said no, well, then they really came at us from another angle, saying, "Oh, Kansas is going to take the teams now. You're going to lose them for sure." And then when they said, "Well, we want to build, the stadium here and stadium there," and people argued it again. Well, then they came through and they did this time of use for us for our utilities, for our electric company. And so from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., our kilowatts cost us anywhere from 2 to 3 to 4 times more per kilowatt. So some of us are paying up to
Shit.
$3 per kilowatt if we accidentally push the button on our dishwasher, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Some of us are staying up to the middle of the night to do our laundry. And so it didn't matter how you readjusted your lifestyle for this time of use of this electric company. We are still being charged a tremendous amount and they just announced yesterday that they're going to increase this by 14% again. And then our city turned right around and we had this election last Tuesday. And supposedly they just happened to have a low turnout, but then they got a huge uh, approval for all these taxes, and one of them was for one that people had denied for over 70 years. They said, "No, we're not going to give you the money for that." Well, now people have passed it. Somehow, all these yeses for no for more taxes got passed. So, and the complaints that this lawsuit is going against the county because of those assessments, they're being told you couldn't raise our assessments by more than 15% within a 2-year time. And so they're going to have to give the money back. Well, they had already given the money to the police, the firefighters, the teachers, the libraries, the schools, and et cetera. They said the money's gone. We don't have money. So then they go and hold this bogus election, I believe it was, and they're going to get their money anyway. So they're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. We have the World Cup coming here in 2026, and they're already trying to get some FAO or something, some other kind of gaming thing. It's uh, that they want to get here in 2028. And yeah, and so when you see all of that going on, you realize you're not in charge of anything. You're just thankful that you have a roof over your head, hopefully, and that you have money coming in weekly or monthly enough to where you could possibly get by and just keep living your life. S- and hope they leave it alone just a little bit longer. But it seems like that's not the plan. I'm sorry I ranted.
No, it's perfectly fine. And yeah, but you raised a good point, is that the large scale technologies are inherently centralizing, and that is part and parcel of the whole thing. See, we only have one electric company in all of Detroit, DTE Energy, and it basically runs, for the whole Metro Detroit area, because large scale technologies like electricity, they have to be centralized. So this is the thing, is that, we're constantly being, forced into one way of life, right? And these systems are growing more interconnected, right? And that's the thing, is that, and if you really read more of what this guy says, it's, it gets really, interesting, because he's mainly, in 1918, when when they're, I guess, essentially planning the first Green Deal, he's talking about the effects of technology on society. He says the stationary engine, the locomotive, the dynamo, the motor car, turbine, telegraph, telephone, radio, and moving picture are not the products of either isolated individual minds nor of particular economic regime called capitalism. This is in the words of John Dewey. I'm just reading this. I'm like, this has to do exactly what we're talking about. Right? Then he says they are the fruit of methods that first penetrated to the workings casualties of nature, and then utilize the resulting knowledge in both imaginative, bold imaginative ventures, of invention and construction. So he's saying it's not an individual or capitalism that created large scale technologies. So interesting. Then what can it be, right? It's a global socialist system, right? Okay. Then he says we hear a great deal in these days about class conflict. Oh, look, he's talking about class conflict. The past history of man is held up to us as almost exclusively a record of struggles between classes, ending up in the victory of a class that had been oppressed, and in the transfer of power. It is difficult to avoid reading the past in terms of contemporary scene. Indeed, fundamentally, it is impossible to avoid this course, he says. Impossible to look at the past without modern lenses. That's how detached we are from what's actually going on.
I don't think they're wanting to repeat history. They're wanting to make history.
Right. Right. Or make the future, which is even more tricky. Right.
Right. They're changing everything to the point to where what we knew in the past, our children won't know it at all. I don't even think they'll truly put a lot of it in the history books, because it'll seem like it
Sure
was,
does sound like the Mandela effect.
yeah.
Yeah, and the most fundamental change is this whole idea of past versus future in the first place. The notion of technological progress and the notion of, the future. Because in the past, they always thought the state of advancement was in the past. Right, this great change that humanity is talking about progress. The myth of progress is a modern invention, is what I was pointing out in the whole first 3 hours here. Right, it was mainly
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I mean, do you think the pyramids are going to come into play?
Well, I think they already are, because I think the other side of the coin of transhumanism is archaic revival. Right? The accelerationists push transhumanism, and the Discordians push archaic revival. But they're the two sides of the same coin. They're both about technological advancement. Now, whether it existed in the distant past or in the near future doesn't matter. Right? So even this past versus future, dichotomy and distinction and dialectic is totally false. A total modern construction. And then he goes on to say, yeah, definitely. Yeah, have you guys ever heard of Rachel Carlson, Silent Spring? Have you read that one? Penelope?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't.
Oh, this one is a great one too. Okay, so Silent Spring by Rachel Carlson. Okay, Limits to Growth by Maurice Strong in the Club of Rome report. I highly recommend these two things because they are talking about climate science and how when you want to create a global technological system, you know, this whole environmental science or this global resource management, and you have to move from the idea of production to one of distribution, right? So this is what the scale of technology changes the economic scale, right? And it creates an international market, right? And then you have to impose, and then the changes go through the world markets, and they're imposed on the local communities, right? And this is the problem that Penelope was dealing with, right? Essentially. But of course, it has ideological foundations, right?
Well, I really enjoyed talking to you guys. For being spare of the moment, I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, thank you
I
so
have
much.
some.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some doggies that need to get let in the house so they can get down for the night. But it's been great meeting you guys. I appreciate you giving me the time.
Of course.
I do have a website and I have an app, and it's penelopenesia.com. It's kind of hard to spell. I know it's Penelope, ENICIA. .com and .net. .net has the podcast and .com has all the notes. And I'm around. I've been
posted it all over Discords on the Machine Lies and a couple other ones. So
yeah, if you ever have, and I'm totally spelling this wrong. Here, give me a second. Penelopenesia. Okay. Yeah, there's an I there. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, there's an I there instead of an E that I put. Penelopenesia.com, and I'll drop this website here. And please come by anytime and tell us more technology news and all this stuff. Feel free to come by anytime. Blessings.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so
thank
much.
you, Penelope. And
You're
we have
welcome,
something
Soul.
we got to do here in about a month. I got some stuff that I have to show you. So
okay.
It was good speaking to you.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, good night, friend. And we got penelopenesia.com. So check her out over here, penelopenesia.com. I mean, so yeah, if anybody wants to come, yeah, of course, this is not an organization or some type of thing. So we greatly appreciate people coming up, and feel free to promote any of your things here. Look at this on the front page here. Hold on. Let me actually go to the front page and check out some of the website. And,
she
we'll
always
move on here.
Thank you. That's so nice of you. She
Yeah, of
always provides all resources and how she checked into
Yeah, this looks
all of
awesome.
her journalism.
Yeah, Penelopenesia
very
putting the
professional.
pieces together. Look at this. Mind Psyop being played. Jake and Jelly Chansley and Penelopenesia on the Mind Psyop being played. Awesome stuff here. Looks like psychological warfare. Woo! These are the topics. So yeah,
I just
this
got a new
website
book
looks
today
awesome.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing this. Blessings, Snow.
awesome.
Oh wait, is this you? Snow? Guest Snow?
Yeah, we
Oh
did a
my
podcast
God.
together, and we
Yo,
have gotten
what's up?
so many hits. She told me we're number 2 on all of her
Is this what you were telling me about?
podcasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
WEF, Own Nothing or Else Build Back Better, dated October 10, 2002. Description: the title of land building owner is the same, however, the definition is on path of a whole new level. Listen to Penelope and her guest Snow,
Yeah.
the legend, speak about the new codes, regulations, and fines up to $1,200,000 per code. Son of a bitch. Could suffer by 2025. The new Green Deal. There they are. The techno.
It's incredible how much that has come to fruition with that podcast, and that's the reason why it's number 2 right now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It seems pretty relevant after having 2 hurricanes last year.
Yeah, like this is crazy. I just opened this up. I literally just opened up the fucking Liberalism and Social Action. It was literally laying on the floor next to me. From from my time, studying political science. And literally, John Dewey, it's like an extension of everything I was saying about technological progress.
That's why I had to come up here. I was like, he's speaking about what I just seen from Penelope, and I haven't spoken to her for at least 6 months.
Yeah, it's definitely everywhere.
It was meant to be.
Yeah, the new Green Deal or World Economic Forum Green Agenda is changing the face of the landscape.
Got to have those sustainability goals, right?
Yeah, we get into it too. That podcast.
Yeah, Florida Climate Action Strategy, Hurricane Ian. Yeah, excellent. WEF, own nothing or else build back better. Yeah, check this out, guys. Penelope Nisha. Yeah, this is excellent stuff. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. And yeah, look what else he says. He literally says as a continuation of what I was saying. Right? He says, for the past, as past is gone. Mm-hmm. What the fuck? He says the past is gone. Okay, save for aesthetic enjoyment and refreshment while the present is with us. Knowledge of the past is significant only as it deepens and extends our understanding of the present. Whoa, knowledge of the past is total nonsense, according to John Dewey. If you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going.
That's crazy. The master reset is like, is this what the golden, whatever Trump is calling it? Is that what that's all about? Is just erasing everything?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and
100%.
the Mandela effect, is it really in a Mandela effect, or are we really being
more like a golden age for him and his buddies, and the crap age for the rest of us?
Right.
That's right, Red. It's one big fucking club and we ain't in it.
Shout out to George Carlin.
Yeah, and it's always the days when I'm like, I have nothing to talk about, and I just open up the stream. And that's when I start talking for 4 hours, and I lose track of the time. It makes no fucking sense. What the hell? How does that make any sense? But yeah, he says, viewed from this standpoint, the rise of scientific method and of technology based upon it is the genuinely active force in producing the vast complex changes the world is now undergoing. I didn't even plan to read this shit. I just picked this up off the fucking floor. And he literally says, not the class struggle whose spirit and method are opposed to science. Holy shit. He literally says technology is the thing that's driving human society. It's not individuals. This is John Dewey, the great philosopher of freedom of the New Deal.
Wow. John Dewey, I gotta write it down. Maybe check out his book.
Who created the Dewey Decibel System and worked with FDR, folks.
I've heard of it, but I never really looked into it. John Dewey. Damn! Well, that was meant to be.
Yeah, really weird stuff. I'm definitely going to have to put this away and read this next time as well, because this is a perfect addition to what I'm saying. Liberalism and Social Action by John Dewey. And yeah, he literally says the rise of scientific method and technology based upon it is genuinely the active force in producing the vast complex changes of the world is now undergoing, not the class struggle whose spirit and method are opposed to science. Staggering. He says the conflict is between institutions and habits originating in the pre-scientific and pre-technological age, and the new forces generated by science and technology. Literally says that. Then he says
that's what we go over too. With me and Penelope, we go over exactly that paragraph right there, that sentence in our podcast. That's basically breaks it down to exactly what we speak about. So, you know.
Yeah, and check this out. He said the application of science to a considerable degree, even its own growth, has been conditioned by a system to which the name of capitalism is given, a rough designation of a complex and political legal arrangement centering about a particular mode of economic relations. Because of the conditioning of science and technology by this setting, the second of
shocking.
Yeah, you know, the second and humanly most important part of Bacon's predictions has so far largely missed realization. And what was Bacon's great realization? That we will sublimate nature. Man's will sublimate nature.
What is sublimate?
Like to put under
Like
the control, right?
recreate it and then like, yeah, put it under some kind of control, I
Yeah.
guess. Like, so it's not really real. It's something else, but it's still real. Artificial.
Yeah. And I don't even know if I should read this. Against my better judgment, I'm going to read this.
Please do.
Which is a passage from my book here, right? So, this is going off of Rousseau, right? He says, Rousseau's ideas were replaced with the crude anthropocentrism of the industrial age. Kant is often regarded as a renewal of the Western philosophy and was regarded as a student of Rousseau. Okay, but here's where the road swings off, folks. Many ideas that are considered modern originate from his writings. He drew certain narrow conclusions from some of Rousseau's ideas. Kant created a sort of spatial dualism between perceptions and ideas, conceptions, that was mended by the phenomenology of Hegel. Okay. So what did Hegel do? He solved the problem of Kant's dualism. And how did he do it? He brought in the realm of the future into the mix, right? So you had to have inherent progress, right? And this is where the notion of progress came from Hegel, not from Darwin, not from Marx. Marx had it in there, but Marx got it from Hegel, right? Why did Marx say that there's going to be international communism, right? He said it's because of Hegel's proclamation, okay, of the apotheosis of the state, and that progress and reason were going to transform human civilization on a worldwide scale. They called this the
When was
spirit of
this,
world. This
Sorry.
was all the way in the 1800s.
Yeah. Okay. What you're reading right now is from your book, but it was wrote from the 1800s.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about ideas that are way old, right? And then, so I explained a shift from theoretical reason apart from religion and putting faith only in the domain of the universal was not a new concept. The starry sky above and the moral law within left our inner world unable to stretch to the cosmic realm. Okay, this was Kant's
wow.
This was Kant's proclamation, the starry sky above and the moral law within. Okay, that our scientific empirical faculties are totally dislodged from our moral character. This is what he thought.
Wow. Thank you.
He totally, see, Plato said love, beauty, reason, all these things are one thing.
Yeah. Whoa.
Sat Chit Ananda, knowledge, consciousness, bliss.
I need to hang out here more often.
Yeah, blessings, Snow. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, thank you. Blessings.
And listen. I really appreciate you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you
definitely.
always.
Star power.
Always.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Listening. Bye.
Yeah, peace be with you. There it is, folks. Good vibes in here today. And definitely blessings, folks. The starry sky above and the moral law within. Oh, look at this. Snow brought her friends. Thank you so much, Romano. I appreciate you, sir. A very talented fellow. I know a little bit about him. Okay, he's a film director. On quite a genius level. He gets his friends together and makes Power Ranger movies. Excellent dude. Right? I'd love to be a part of that one day. Of course, my favorite is the Green Ranger or Black. So I'd love to be one of those. Blessings to the people that are here. Yeah, Jen, thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you for being here, Jen. Blessings. Austin, thank you for being here. Yankee Woman Kim, blessings. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you. Penelope. Thank you, Penelope, for your contributions. Excellent contributions from Snow and Penelope. We got a contribution from Mr. Minor in the chat. Uh-oh. Mr. Minor.
All he said was "shut up." I don't know who he
I
was
don't know who he was
talking
talking to. Yeah,
Maybe you. I don't
most
know.
likely me.
Very high chance. Yeah.
Very high chance, yeah. Mr. Minor listens, but he doesn't like it. He doesn't like to listen. He's angry. Cheers, TML. Blessings to KJV. I greatly appreciate you. We're here reading a selection from Christ's Protagonist or Logos Dethroned. Okay. Hell or high water here, right? Okay, so Hegel put the two in dialectical relation. Okay, the idea of the moral law and the starry sky, right? Okay, the idea of our empirical capacity, right? And the idea of our moral capacity, right? He thought that this problem would be solved. Our empirical capacity would in turn solve our moral ability, right? Our moral limitations, right? Right? We're born in sin, but by dying to ourselves and becoming reborn through technology, we could become like God. May this form of Kabbalistic inversion of man reaching his true potential. Okay. Emphasis was placed on man's perceptions instead of his thoughts. So the epistemic mood shifted from reflection and contemplation to observation and analysis. Well, isn't that what Carlyle was saying earlier? Right? We move from intelligence to logic, pure organization. Our philosophers have become logic mills. Philosophy has become the handmaiden of science. Instead of placed alongside it on the architectonic spectrum. The sly detachment of the observational mode, which is voyeuristic and objective, had its reign. In the ways of Paul, one had to see it to believe it. All was reduced to convention. And mind had no substance and was devoid of content. This is the true legacy of empiricism. Okay, a much better example would have been Thomas, the doubting Thomas, right? Faith accompanied by reason. All was reduced to convention. The mind had no substance, was devoid of content. This is the legacy of empiricism, which was first seen when the truth was removed from reality, placed in the ethereal realm by Plato, brought back into reality exclusively by Christians and Neoplatonists, made superior to contingent reality by Islamic science, made separate from religious truth by scholastic thinkers, and finally made superior to faith in Enlightenment thought. So is the legacy of reason, man's reason.
It's almost like glorifying only half of your brain,
Right.
the left side, and kind of ignoring the power of the right brain. You need both.
Yeah, that's what's interesting is that techne is art and skill. And it's like we've totally ignored the aesthetic part, right? And gone with the skill part, right? With just technique. It's just pure technique with no art, no aesthetic considerations. That's why I say aesthetics and functionality have become merged. And the modern system is, what is modern? It's a merger of art and science. It's the proliferation of art and science as the final aspect of humanity, as the biggest achievement of humanity itself. What is modernism? It's the dominion of logos and eros, right? Of the rational mind and of the pleasure-seeking capacity. Totally ignoring ethos, thumos, our ethical domain, our domain that seeks love of one's own. The heart chakra. Put in colloquial terms. The heart instead of the mind.
Yeah, like we were saying yesterday, we don't want to replace. Was it GT saying he wouldn't? It was tricky for the brain to be replaced by a machine brain. He was okay with the heart being replaced. I'm like, no, don't replace it with a machine heart.
Totally.
Be giving into the machines way too. I'd be giving up way too much.
Sure does remind me of Charlie Chaplin's dictator speech.
Yep, machine minds and machine hearts. Machine men.
Yeah. The mechanical heart. With the mechanical heart situated in one's chest, one cannot be prepared to receive pure simplicity, according to Shang Tzu, which we'll go over soon. Okay, that's right. We're going to go over key aspects of the mysterious, mystical Taoist text, the Shang Tzu. And look at the powerful philosophical reflections there, right? I've went way overboard today. I don't think I'll be reading or unveiling anything today, much of anything. I think I'm just going to continue on my path, right? This has been kind of an impromptu stream. Okay, going over some of the key issues, right? And of course, the link is pinned for anybody who wants to go into a discussion, a debate, if you will. Right, but of course, we got to keep it respectful and keep it on topic. Unlike the last clown who showed up here. Since the truth has become universal and continually subject to change and evolution, it left no place for either mind or God. The truth fell from being absolute or contained within itself to becoming universal or ubiquitous and spread out in every direction. Pascal had already declared that the heart has reasons that even reason cannot comprehend. When Kant read Emile, he apparently became so involved with the work and was visibly shaken that he missed his daily walk. He attempted to declare the inner world of morality as differentiated from the world of reason. This separation of truth from the good, was based on the collective hallucination of universality. Universality was just a placid substitute for utilitarian and democratic notions, originally derived from Paul's view of inclusivity. Okay. What happened when Paul spread the idea that Jews and Gentiles are part of a universal message of salvation? And there was no longer a difference between Jew and Gentile. And then Paul became a bad guy, and he became dislodged, but you still had the notion of the archetypal man lingering around, and you had no Christian values and no Christian morality and none of that to supplant in there. Well, the notion of the archetypal man becomes universalized. Right? When Paul took Greek philosophy to Europe, and he didn't mean to do it, right? He only meant to take Christianity to Europe, right? But he also took Greek philosophy, smuggled it in. Now, the result was that it unified European society, and European society developed secular humanism. And the effect of that is that secular humanism totally wants to destroy European society and sublimate every society on earth. So let me welcome you to the world we live in today. I'm not against anything. I'm for truth. I'm for humanity. And I respect all colors and creeds. Besides placing the good outside of reason, which was done in order to purify and sanctify it, it ultimately took morality out of the scope of the average person and made it a collective ordeal. The good was left in the domain of the essential and the foundational. The apparent schizophrenia of this compromise has caused its failure. Modern man is conflicted on whether he should act on behalf of the common or universal goal or abstain from the general course and consult reason. The split between theory and application, observation and action, reality and truth, goodness and reason is Kant's legacy. His delusions of world peace, of an eventual peace between all mankind, are dangerously misplaced, to say the least. While they pay homage to Rousseau, Rousseau claimed that the thinking man was a depraved animal and rejected progress, as we saw. So quite a difference from Kant's ideas to Rousseau, folks, is what I'm trying to say here. And quite a huge difference from Kant's ideas to Hegel's ideas and from Hegel's ideas to Marx's ideas. Huge leaps in logic in each one of those systems. The result of which is the modern technological system and its considerations. Rousseau claimed the thinking man was a depraved animal and rejected progress, while Kant and Hegel considered thought the proper end of man, and Hegel further deified progress and reason as the apex of man and nature. Hegel saw man as the antithesis of nature. Supporters of the French Revolution wanted to change Notre Dame Cathedral into the Temple of Reason. During the French Revolution, reason was represented as a charming lady of the streets. Okay, this was to underscore the libertine ideal that reason was a whore. And I believe that's a direct quote from Martin Luther, if I'm not mistaken.
Oof.
This was the desacralization of knowledge. This was the desacralization of knowledge. I'll say it 3 times. This was the desacralization of knowledge. This term, desacralization of nature, of knowledge. Huge, huge steps. Huge steps that the modern man took and never before were undertaken. Huge steps. Huge steps.
Tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
The three stooges there.
We got Mo, Curly, and Bob. Yeah, the desacralization of knowledge, the anthropomorphic tendency of man. Okay, Kant and Hegel could be said to support it. Rousseau clearly rejected it. Rousseau's father was a Calvinist preacher, and Kant's mother was a pietist. As such, both thinkers were influenced by certain Protestant ideals at an early age. Kant was more properly a subtle compromise between Hume and Rousseau. He believed in mechanical laws explaining the motions of the heavens with Newton and Galileo, but affirmed the neo-pagan mysticism of Emanuel Swedenborg. The views of Swedenborg can be most popularly viewed in the works of artists like William Blake. Swedenborg writes in The New Jerusalem and Its Heavenly Doctrine. The New Jerusalem and Its Heavenly Doctrine. Okay, that's right. The utopian dreams of progress that Kant had, they come right out of Swedenborg. And this idea of the New Jerusalem. So it's not just out of any wild imaginings that I call this a pseudo-eschatological system. It's literally, yeah.
I feel like it's Swedenborg was some kind of occulted deal going on with him.
Oh yeah, he's the foundations of modern Satanism is Blavatsky and Swedenborg, folks.
Right.
The foundations of Luciferianism.
Pseudo occultic eschatological kind of system.
Yeah. Just like the League of the Just claimed that, the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth was their goal.
Well, it's like that would be where liberation theology comes from, probably.
Yeah, the young Hegelians.
Right.
They knew all about New Jerusalem and New Atlantis. In fact, this idea of New Jerusalem and New Atlantis and Shambhala and this archaic revival, this is all this, as I was saying, this is part and parcel of the scheme here. Everybody's going for the same fucking ride. Now he says, in the New Jerusalem and its heavenly doctrine, the man who reads these things understands them only according to the sense of the letter, namely the visible heaven and earth will perish, and a new heaven will exist, and that the holy city of Jerusalem, answering to the measures above described, will descend upon the new earth. But the angels understand these things altogether differently, namely, what man understands naturally, they understand spiritually. And as angels understand, so they signify. And this is the internal or spiritual sense of the word. In the internal or spiritual sense, a new heaven and a new earth means a new church, both in heavens and on earth. So not only is the heavens and earth going to be transformed, but so is the church. That means that as humanity progresses into a new age, so will spirituality progress into a new age, according to Swedenborg. That's right. We should reject the one world order. Reject it. The inner spiritual sense of the word was the renewal of all life and the future coming of the kingdom of God. Kant wrote Dreams of a Spirit Seer on topics related to themes laid out in numerous works of Swedenborg. Swedenborg claimed to converse with spirits, and apparently Kant was not sure if his visions were divinely inspired. Kant was not the only German philosopher who had a wide-ranging interest in occult ideas. He wanted to prove a sort of knowledge apart from experience, a priori knowledge. Experience. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Swedenborg claimed to converse with angels for like weeks to months at a time, apparently.
Right.
I'm like, I think that might be a little bit of an embellishment.
Yeah. Wild stuff, folks. Let me see how much I'm going to read of this. Yeah, I think I could read a few, several more paragraphs of this actually. And actually, I might actually skip around. A priori knowledge, existence, and the moral world created a sort of Trinitarian conception for Kant. What experience gives us is disjointed, and spatial organization comes from the mind imposing on reality. Imagine that, the mind imposing on reality. Perception dislodged from conception, as I said earlier, right? Okay, Kant felt the mind is the coordination of experience. Okay, he created a hierarchy of understanding. Sensation was placed at the bottom, similar to the Platonic notion of eros mentioned in the Phaedrus. Then perception, then conception, then knowledge, then science, then wisdom and morality. Okay, and the only thing I believe he was right about is that morality is the chief of the sciences. Everything else you could throw right in the trash. This was quite a Platonic synthesis. It was the mind that brought order out of chaos. The mind that knows itself is itself an ordering, he says, echoing Aristotle. The paradox of Kant lies in the fact that his moral synthesis, being apart from reason, is somehow discovered through reason. This is not only put apart from reason, but also religion, right? Okay, he put religion outside of reason. He made morality equivalent to natural laws and akin to fixed notions of space and time. These facts were predetermined. He put faith outside of reason and restyled morality as an appropriation of the universal, while the moral and physical laws govern the cosmos. But if these moral laws are outside the bound of reason, how can they be proved? If morality is beyond reason, then how does it appear to be in the form of a law? Kant separated a sense of duty from a sense of happiness. Duty is not synonymous with sincerity or integrity. Duty is often based on a sense of misplaced pride and false humility. Words like right and duty do no more for common morality than instill a common and base sense of entitlement. Can you believe it, folks? I wrote all of these fucking things before I ever met anybody named Android Wilson or Jim Bot. Totally dismissing Kantian philosophy. For its inconsistencies, for its dislodging of morality from reason, for its support for empiricism, and a bunch of other ideas, folks. And these people think they could beat a bunch of debates with Kantian philosophy, Kantian debate, presuppositionalism. Come on, dude. Aristotle and Kant are part of the problem and not part of the solution. But knowing Aristotle and Kant is part of the solution. It's a complex thing that's going on, folks. Trying to get into it with you guys. Honor and love are more useful. Trust and hopefulness, instead of right and duty, folks. Right and duty. Duty is a replacement for faith. This was quite clearly a Protestant summation. Kant said that by putting morality above happiness, we cease to become mortals and become gods. The doctrine of ascension is familiar and leaves a bad taste in our mouths. Rather than teaching the clear sense of morality, the clear sense that morality is its own reward, Kant puts it above happiness. We must be miserable in order to succumb to duty. And so grace is brought to us by a forfeiture of happiness. What a drag. I wrote that in my book. What a drag. On religion and reason, he reduced reason to mere moral faith and hope. Theologians were not amused. He reduced the beautiful to the symmetrical. He extolled a flaccidly disinterested pleasure apparent in the structures of art seen today. Kant's utopian dreams of world peace were anarchistic and won him even less favor with the statesmen. Yet his view of the inevitability of progress has been used to bolster the power in the industrial and technological age by those who gave hubristic prescriptions for man's suffering, arrived at by the grandiose and untimely visions taken from occult fantasy. This belief in progress of universal goals and aspiration was taken over by Hegel, who proposed the movement of history was based on a world spirit. Okay, Hegel saw Napoleon as a world spirit on horseback. He felt that the Kantian philosophy was the most important event in history of German philosophy. Hegel wrote a book on Jesus as a secular leader, but never had the work published. He had a great application for philosophy of Spinoza. He felt that he could turn the philosophy of nature into a realm of mind or spirit. He viewed contradiction, mediation, and alienation as the energies of historical progress, or the historical process. Man was completely determined by forces of social or cultural development, and was nothing more than a product of history. In both Hegel and the Darwinian sense, progress meant that man had to be overcome. Man was to improve, but in a dark and comedic turn, all of human nature had to be subsumed in the process, in a virtual cuckoo clock of randomized progress, an uninitiated change of circumstantial fibers of reality and time. This is futurism. Progress. Randomized change. Okay. The process of becoming. And all other such estimations, right? What this view really promotes is a hatred of man in his current state. Okay, the problem with innovation is that it can't be predicted. Okay, let me skip a paragraph here. Hegel correctly believed that thought was not separate from reality, but in our view, wrongly made thought synonymous with the limits of truth and reality. For him, logic and mind was the ultimate reality. By science, Hegel meant metaphysics, and by logic, he meant his own dialectical system. His philosophy was an ode to Heraclitus, with a focus on the notion of becoming, quote unquote, while the Kantian side would develop into the analytic forms of mathematical logic. The Hegelian philosophy would develop into a broader continental tradition of Marxism, right? While Kantians wanted to reduce philosophy to math, the Hegelians were focused on the sociological dimension, the socio-political dimension. Okay, and obviously the triadic formulation of the absolute idea, whose antithesis was nature. Okay, whose resolution was a world spirit. Okay, notice nature is always pure mediation for Kant. And for Hegel, really. Yeah, I meant to say really in Hegel more than Kant. And I guess I'll just go on here since nothing's really happening. And of course, the link is pinned there. Right, and we'll have to move to the discussions of ellul to tomorrow. Okay, this is how it goes, but we'll be here every day this week, so it's not a problem. We'll simply just be here every single day, right? So we're giving some extra content here. I hope you guys can appreciate that, right? Okay. Okay, but it's already 4 hours in, and if people are looking for ellul, they'll be looking at it at the beginning of the show. So since that didn't happen, I don't want them to go in 4 hours into the show looking for my reading of ellul, right? For the people that are trying to find it. So let's just leave that for today, right? But I will end with a reading from Dr. Kaczynski, right? And also looking at Kevin Warwick, right? And how they keep talking about machines and machines taking over and some of their ideas about it seem to be extremely parallel to, what Kaczynski and Moravec and Kurzweil and others are saying, right? On a bunch of different levels of the spectrum, right? Maybe then we can also read some of Darwin Among the Machines and go into some of those, reflections about evolution, transhumanism, and all of those things, right? So I know I announced earlier in the show that it'd be going a different way, but I appreciate that we had certain guests here show up, right? Contribute to the show, new people. That's always a good sign. So, we'll keep it moving for now. But these are a summation of ideas that I've been covering on this show for a very long time, right? So Hegel correctly believed that thought was not separate from reality, but in our view, wrongly made thought synonymous with the limits of truth and reality. For him, logic and mind was the ultimate reality. By science, Hegel meant metaphysics, and by logic, he meant his own dialectical system. His philosophy was an ode to Heraclitus, with the focus on becoming, while the Kantian side would develop into the analytical forms of mathematical logic. The Hegelian philosophy would develop into a broader continental tradition of the Marxists. Okay, the Hegelians were focused on socio-political dimension. Like all philosophers, their views had a broad range of influence on the development of the methodology of certain schools and found themselves derived from both religious and mystical prescriptions. Okay, his triadic formulation was the absolute idea, whose antithesis was nature, and whose resolution was the world spirit. In quite an Aristotelian fashion, the highest task of the highest order of existence is to contemplate itself. Hegel makes the claim that his system is more monistic than Kant's, but this remains to be seen. Hegel saw the fall of man and his eventual redemption as a virtual panning out of his own dialectical process of history. Furthermore, views himself as playing a central role in its occurrence. He fashioned himself as the representative philosopher of the Prussian state, and his philosophy of right demands a subservience to the status quo. As the average man is swept up in the changes of history, his model of the state was decidedly British, with its parliamentary form of government, and it was no longer defined by man, an artificial man, quote unquote, or a machine that speaks for man, but was what in its due course defined man itself. Man was subsumed under the state instead of the state being the method or tool employed by man. He made special rules within his state for toleration of religion, and especially toleration of Jews, as Prussian society was growing increasingly, quote unquote, anti-Semitic, according to Paul Stuthern. In a truly anthropocentric twist, man was at once the measure of all things. Okay, this was a statement by Protagoras, the sophist, philosopher. Okay, he proclaimed man is the measure of all things, right? I believe that to be a false statement. The very goal of the historical process was himself to be overcome and subsumed in the game of progress and inevitable change. The view was Hegelian and Darwinian, Kabbalistic. Man had to be overcome. Okay, man was the goal of progress. Man had to be subsumed under the notion of progress itself. Okay, Hegel believed that man could secure a rational existence through the security of the state, and the states have learned nothing from history. This is because the state was the process of history itself unfolding. Man owes his entire existence to the state. For Hegel, the history of the movement of the mind bore man and the state as its necessary result. Man was further obfuscated by being preordained and predetermined. But to a shocking degree, whatever man was at the moment of, whatever man was at the moment was sacrificed for his future. Socrates observed. I'm sorry, he said Socrates deserved to die. Okay, that's what he said. Okay, Socrates deserved to die for progress. Right, of course, the eventual introduction of process theology by Alfred North Whitehead. Sort of a cherry on top of the whole Hegelian synthesis, right? God himself subject to evolution, right? For Hegel, the history of the movement of the mind bore man and the state as its necessary result. Man was further obfuscated by being preordained and predetermined, but to a shocking degree, whatever man was at the moment was sacrificed for his future. Socrates deserved to die. It was a necessary result of the movement of history. Christ needed to be sacrificed. What pushes us forward leaves us behind. Where is man in all of this? Swept up in the change. Man is reduced to processes which are outside of him, but only understood through himself. What can be ideal? What can be the ideal of this process that excludes man? It is the emphasis on the word freedom that is employed in Hegelian terminology that is quite puzzling. Time is a linear process and pushes us to become something other than what we already are. So there is no ground upon which to define reality. The rug is constantly pulled out from under our own feet, and we have nowhere to stand. The floor is lava. The divine fire needs time to cool as it mends realities, past and future. How this so-called freedom, how can this so-called freedom ever be realized? Hegel made spirit or Geist similar to mind. Okay, it's an attempt to reduce man to a rational animal. Hegel saw his own realization of mind as the ultimate process of reality. This apparent vision of visions is the same megalomaniacal tactic employed by all self-proclaimed prophets and philosophers. Okay, they 1, invent an all-encompassing system of thought. 2, redefine everything by one's own self-devised system. So the notion of progress comes from Hegel, in short. Okay, but to do so, he had to totally take out man. He had to totally trash man. The notion of man, and totally take out the notion of nature. Nature and man had to totally be sublimated under this notion of mind. And progress and the state and the collective. Reason. Freedom. Pushing these things from the inside out. Right? So in the Hegelian philosophy, you find extreme support for the notions of progress, right? And here he says, in a fragment, every individual is a blind link in the chain of absolute necessity, along which the world develops. Every individual can raise himself to the dominion over a great length of this chain only if he realizes the goal of this great necessity, and by virtue of his knowledge, learns to speak the magic words which evoke its shape. The knowledge of how to simultaneously absorb and elevate oneself beyond the total energy of suffering and antithesis that has dominated the world and all forms of its development for thousands of years. This knowledge can be gathered from philosophy alone, he says. The philosopher putting himself above nature, being the engine of progress. Okay, as he said, simultaneously absorb and elevating himself above nature. Is it any different from what John Dewey is saying? That Bacon was right? Nature has nothing to say. Nature is mute. And probably for a good reason. Look at what all the talkers are doing. Silence is golden, is it not? Robert P. Cranach, in his History and Modernity in Thought of Hobbes, explains a foundational link between the creation of everlasting peace through the commonwealth that was shared by Kant. Like Hegel and Hobbes, Kant believed that scientific enlightenment laid the path for everlasting peace. As Kant states, quote, new prejudices will serve as old ones to harness the great unthinking masses, unquote. Did I get that right? Sounds like the new right and the new left. New prejudices will serve as old ones to harness the great unthinking masses. The individual was subsumed into the dichotomy, or as Cranach puts it, quote, a fundamental dualism and opposition of both historical epochs, the past versus the future. The past versus the future. This is what the notion of progress actually is, folks. The past versus the future. Mr. Minor versus Hank. Most of the Discord is Mr. Minor versus Hank. Hilarious. New prejudices will serve as old ones to harness the great unthinking masses. The individual is subsumed into the dichotomy, or as Cranach puts it, a fundamental dualism and opposition between of both historical epochs, the past versus the future, and of mental habits. Man was caught in between. The man that was defined by the environmental and society, and the man that was to free himself from the binds of the historical narrative to define himself in radical liberty and individualism. A culmination of the latter form was sought in the French Revolution, which sought a reversal of the previous orders, as Tocqueville observed in Democracy in America. In order to make man more democratic, he had to be rendered more equal. But liberty and equality are sometimes mutually exclusive. Liberty suggests everyone has the right to freedom, but equality suggests that everybody gets to voice their freedom in particularly the same way. Equality also led to a decline in social mores. Hence, the modern state only pretends to individuality, but never clearly defines its terms. Historian Paul Johnson points out that the modern times, in his book Modern Times, that both Marx and Freud focused on anatomizing religion by presenting manifest content and hidden meaning that was Gnostic in its sensibility. In Jules Michelet's History in the French Revolution, he declares that the French Revolution was a declaration of the collective will, or reason as God. The notion of the collective will or reason as God. Very Hegelian summation, folks. He writes that this collective will states that, quote, in other words, ye are gods, quote unquote, and proclaims, let us be God. The impossible becomes possible and easy. Then to overthrow a world is a mere trifle. Why? One creates a world. The followers of the French Revolution believed in it, quote unquote, eternal justice, and pleaded with, quote, oh, justice, my mother, right, my father. The goal was to create a perfection outside of man, where God was man, God becoming man, God's entrance into history, the coming of the kingdom of God, the utopian vision of world peace. Anyways, folks. We're winding down here. I've been talking for 4 hours and 50 minutes nonstop, pretty much, with only one brief conversation that we had with some women. I was totally hypnotized by the female voices. It is what it is. But you know, we'll figure out what's going on, folks. I mean, have another little music break here, and of course, I think I need a snack. Give me 1 second, folks. All right. You know, I'm starving at this point. You know, I usually have a snack by now, but it's been 4 hours and 50 minutes. We're going to take a little musical break and come back with some more stuff about progress, humanity, society, right? We'll move on. We'll do different things. We won't cover the Tao today. We'll go way past all of the stuff, ellul and the Tao. Totally different show today, right? But totally on the same subject matter. Right, focusing around the same subject matter. The opening presentations sort of expanded on the opening presentations today. Okay, and you know, obviously we have Saturday as well to bring it back, right? So you know, as you're, you know, probably aware, these shows are a 2-part installment, right? Every week, actually 3-part installment by now, right? Also, the show on Tuesday night. So if you guys want more stuff, yeah. Oh yeah, you know, go to Tuesday night, go to the Made by Machine Bob 3. We also did a show there. You know, yesterday night show is posted on the channel. This is Monday night show right here, down here on the Cyber Caliphate channel. So don't miss your opportunity to see that. Okay, total exposure of Cockboy Hotline crew. Right, and we'll have a second part of that coming up soon. Okay. And of course, they're very angry, showing up backstage, leaving over 70 messages backstage, showing up, you know, calling up our house again and again and again. Fake numbers, trying to get me to stop covering them. Hilarious. So many effort, so much effort employed in one night. Okay, we announced the day before that we'd be streaming the day after. They started a stream at the same exact time and started talking about my family on the stream. And started threatening, doing all sorts of...
I have to admit, the freak might be right. You might actually be somewhat shadow banned, because usually
I'm totally shadow banned.
When you used to go live, like before that shit with Android happened, you would pop up in my actual feed, but now I have to look up your name.
Oh yeah.
Before it actually shows me that you're live, where it didn't do that before.
Yeah, of course. That's how it is. And we're happy to be, you know, sort of secret operation out here. Right? Fly by night.
Stealth jihad, yo.
Stealth jihad. We're not looking for notoriety or fame. We're looking to tap into some minds. And it doesn't matter. We don't need large groups of people. Okay. Okay, let's go to this musical break and we'll be right back. Of course, the link is pinned. We greatly appreciate the people who contribute. Huge contributions from Snowfire and Pelpanisha. Okay. Excellent contributions. Okay. This is the kind of stuff that we're looking for. Incredible contributions, as always, from the Cis Annapurna. You know, obviously a great very deep thinker there. That one. And of course, she's always getting mad whenever I say how stupid women are. And then she's on the panel. She's like, "No, we're not." It's funny. But yeah, sometimes I'll be going off, and there's not a lot of women to make it on the panel. And obviously Annapurna is very intelligent, way smarter than me in lots of ways. So we're not talking about Annapurna when we say that for sure. But yeah, out of the people that contribute to the show, one of the top contributors. And the rest of the other people too. That have been here. Okay, Freedom Grower. Okay, excellent contributor to the show. I greatly appreciate Freedom Grower and his contributions. I mean, blessings to him. And also very sympathetic to our views here too. Since day one. Freedom Grower's always known what's going on. Okay, he's always been skeptical of technological progress. And we have to put things in that term. We're not against technology, we're against technological progress. Okay? So get things straight here. Okay? Progress is a mixed bag. Totally different thing. Okay? You have to have a nuanced view of things, right? There's no going back to the past. Okay, but progress has to be stopped. Okay? At all costs. Okay, if you don't know where you're headed, any road will take you there, to quote the Cheshire Cat. From Alice in Wonderland. Danger of progress, folks.